Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello!
Hey.
Welcome back to Tomb of Annihilation, episode 36. In the jungle of Chot. Last episode saw the party finally dealing with the Yunti who lived within the city. They met with the leaders, Fenthesa and Razasai, under the treacherous betrayal of Fenthesa's plan. When they were there, Fenthesa then declared that Razasai was not good enough to lead them, and she struck out against him, with the players going into combat with the Yunti, and eventually with Fenthesa dying, and Sekalok, Razasai's champion, dying, and a lot of other Yunti, which they then retreated from, and Razasai retreated as well, quite hurt, quite damaged, into his lair. They were able to get the puzzle cube and retreat back to camp, where Wakanga said that Razasai would undoubtedly strike them, but not for some time, as he was quite injured. So this gave them time to prepare, and that is what he would do with the people, while a strike force would enter the tomb. Enter your heroes, which is Crick, Cypher as Crick, Beagle as Bill, Whoopah as Alvy, Tubra as Yerk, and of course Balt as Kaelin. And so we are going to come back to camp to the next morning of that fateful meeting. So everybody has had a long rest.
Excellent.
During the night, Alvy, you again, for as every night previous since the moment you have arrived in Omu, your night dreams are plagued.
Oh.
But the rest of you sleep heavily and easily after the exertions of the day, feeling much better once you awake in the morning.
There was no dream script though?
For you, yeah, I'll give it to you. And the rest can start their day. I message Whoopah.
Well, I'm just updating your little pictures. Because we're all a level higher as well.
Wow. Well, Crick will wake up and perform his normal morning routine of walking out to the campfire and getting some morning tea ready. He'll wait out there in case anyone else joins him.
Kaelin will join you, I guess.
Ah, good morning, Kaelin.
Good morning, Crick.
Would you like some tea? It's same type I brewed. I think you had yesterday.
That would be good. I think we have a big day, so hydration and staying awake is important. Not that I think I would fall asleep in a tomb, but you know, I think it's the idea that counts.
Of course. He'll hand you a freshly brewed cup of tea.
So are you nervous at all?
Ah, not any more than I would normally be. I mean, we've already, what, trekked how many miles through this unknown jungle? What's a little more, right?
That's true. I don't know. It's just something about kind of getting near the end of a journey. It's just, I don't know. There's some energy around it. I'm used to this kind of thing, but I know sometimes it's rather daunting.
Maybe.
I'm sure it'll
I
be
guess
fine, though.
We'll have to see, won't we?
Okay.
Can I go?
Sorry.
Can I go find Alvy?
Yeah, absolutely. I would imagine that you all would eventually make your way to this area at the start of the day at some point. So we can easily say that you would all be here, coming in at various times of the day.
Yerk would first thing head over to Westra's tent.
Okay. As you arrive at Westra's tent, you would see Westra sitting with her morning cup of brew, as is tradition, and Bill and Bob also nearby.
Bill, Bob, good morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Yerk.
Westra, good morning as well. Brought you the sword from the champion. It is not magical, but it is a sword nonetheless.
Oh, right. Thank you. Yes, I am in need of weapons, so it will do. And she takes it.
Now I just need to find someone to use the shield. I myself do not use a shield for... My strength is all the shield I need.
Doesn't Kalen use shields?
I don't know. I guess I'll go ask.
I believe yesterday I observed him attempting to cave someone's head in with one, or perhaps that was simply a vivid imagination I possess.
Well, I'm sure he could make use of its magic anyways.
Yes, he is rather magical, isn't he?
Well, then I guess this magical shield is perfect for him. And Yerk will walk off to go back to the others. Kalen, do you use a shield?
Yes, but not right now because I don't have one. But if I did, I would probably use one. Wait, but no one's hitting me right now, right? So, no. I use them in combat.
Right. Yeah, so you use shields, yes?
Yes.
Is your current shield magical in any way?
Not that I'm aware of. I took it to get magic on it, but I don't know if they are going to be able to do that.
Well, you should take this one. It is already magical.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No one else? Okay.
Would you like to know what the magic does?
Sure.
It makes you louder!
All the time?
Jamball, is it all the time?
Well, it doesn't actually specify it. So, Words spoken by the shield's bearer are amplified. So if you have it in your hands, your words are amplified.
That seems really inconvenient.
When you're trying to
Yes!
whisper.
When you are holding it, your voice is always louder.
Okay. Thank you. This is a interesting gift, and I am not sure how I will use all of its magical abilities, but I will try.
I can also feel that its defenses are quite potent. And then Yurkwall hand it over to Kaelin.
Thank you. Oh God. He's just gonna like put it down. Thank you.
A lot of people would look outside their tents and look towards you guys as you are doing this. And some of
it's
them
just-
shake their heads and go back inside their tents.
It's just a shield. Good morning. I hope you all slept well, and they're gone. Okay.
What are you yelling for?
Oh, it's the shield. It makes you yell.
Can you turn it down?
Nope.
Unfortunately, no.
I guess that's why the big guy never talked.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Actually, you would know that he was the one doing the talking, and he was talking to you over great distances.
It makes sense. He
That
was the
also
speaker
makes
of the
sense.
Horde.
Alvi, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yes, Kelly. Elby like picks himself back up, just looking ragged. Oh, whoa. Dibs.
Alvi, are you ready for me to prepare you for the day?
Elby's kind of like still waking up, kind of rubbing his face. And then I think it starts to dawn on him what you might be meaning. Do you mean, are you ready to do the thing we spoke about?
Yeah. I thought about it, I prayed on it, and I can do the ritual.
It's not going to weaken you at all, is it?
No.
Okay, I'm ready then.
Okay. I'm going to have to probably touch it, but it shouldn't hurt.
Is there a chance this is going to kill me?
No. It's not really this goes wrong and you die kind of thing. It's a more this goes wrong and you're exactly as you are. So, nothing lost. It's not really any kind of risk on you. Just trust me for a moment.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Remove Curse.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's happening.
So
My shackles.
go ahead and do that.
Alright, so he places his hand on your neck where the thing is. He'll just kind of close his eyes, and in his left hand he'll hold on to his chain, and he'll just kind of channel his powers through him, and as his hand kind of touches your skin, heat kind of goes through the mark. It starts on one end of it, and just kind of wherever the ink or the arcane sigil is, it just progresses through, and you can kind of feel the heat flowing through it and just kind of burning away kind of any trace of that corruption.
Goodness.
It feels soothing, Alvi, as if you are putting on like aloe onto a sunburn. It feels nice. It feels as if the curse is slowly and carefully extracted from your body.
I don't know how to process this. When it's done, I think Elby would continue to stand there with his eyes closed for a while.
I hope you didn't like how that looked, because it's totally gone now.
Did it work?
Yes.
I was like touching his face and neck.
I don't have anything that you can kind of look at it with.
It is alright, I can see that he's gone.
Do you feel any different?
Don't know, it felt good. Like a burden has been lifted.
Well, that's good, because I think there's a couple burdens ahead of us today. But after that, it should be good, I think.
I was cursed by a lich. And then Elvi grimaces when he says that. Waiting to like drop to the ground.
Well, I
It
don't
worked,
think that...
Kalen!
Yeah.
Elvi gives Kalen a hug.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now who's being loud?
You don't understand. My curse is gone.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been cursed before, but I can imagine that feels liberating. How
Of course it's
long
liberating.
were you like that?
Oh shit. Was it like 3 weeks, Jam?
Yeah, 3 weeks to a month.
About 3 weeks to a month.
Oh wow.
Don't
Yeah,
understand. It was stopping me from doing what I need to do with the soulmonger.
Well, now we can all do it together, right?
I was going to have to give it to her, or die.
Oh. Oh, well, that's good. So now, we can just destroy it, right?
Of course we can. This opens up all the possibilities. And Albie's like walking around in circles on the spot with his mind racing.
Well, I'm happy this has been, lifted from you. I hope, this brings you some kind of peace. I can understand why, things might have been, difficult in the recent weeks, but, it's all over now.
It has been hell. I could leave if I want to.
You could, but, I would request that you stay.
Of course I'm going to stay.
Yeah. We can
I'm just saying
leave
I could if I wanted to.
Yeah. Your life is your own.
By the 9 gods. Thank you, Kalen.
No problem. It was Sune too. It might be in good favor to thank her.
What time is it?
Early morning.
Is the moon still up?
No. And Sune is not Saloon-y.
Oh.
Similar but different.
Oh, all these gods. Elvi just looks up and says, thank you. Or down. I don't know where your god is, Kalen.
I don't know either. She's just kind of around when she wants to be, but I'm sure she heard you. She generally hears me. At least she doesn't ignore me for that long, but yeah.
Elvi does like a big, deep exhale. Oh, I'm so hungry.
Crick is making tea. It's very good this morning, but I don't know about food.
Elvi's gonna just walk back to the campfire, opening his bag to get a ration out.
Okay. And as you do, you would know that probably in about 40 minutes to an hour from now, that some hunters are usually in with some food.
Hunters.
And as you guys would sit and wait, they would do that. They would arrive back with some kind of dinosaur, and they would cook it up for the camp.
Now that Alvy's at the fire, Yerk will also pull out the dagger he found. Kind of chuck it over to Alvy.
What is this?
You're one of them sneaky types, right? You Sneaky type weapons?
I guess the smaller the better.
Swipe that off of Fenstraza. It's a magic dagger?
It is magic.
Yeah. It's got some kind of poison in it when you stab someone.
Oh, I don't think this is best served by me. Who else said could use this? I only got this yesterday. And he pulls his axe out and starts like kind of spinning it on his hand.
What is it?
It is a dagger.
What are you asking?
Could anybody use this better than I can?
Yes?
You don't use daggers.
I could, though. And that was the question you asked.
Oh, he considers that for a moment and like tilts his head in agreement. Just one say, I'm just reading the thing on it. Holy shit! We'll see, Bill. I'll just have a look at it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, now that he's read it.
For
So I
context,
guess now.
sorry, go.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say for context, like Elby's kind of put that into his like his sort of waistband or his belt. Like he wasn't it wasn't like a I'm just gonna have a look at it and then maybe give it over.
So I guess now that we've got all those cubes, we can finally go deal with the Soulmonger.
Soulmonger.
We still
Right,
need to
that
figure
one.
out how to get into it.
I think we
Well,
still
through
need
the
to find
front
out
door,
where it
I
is.
assume.
Don't think there is a front door.
How would you get in?
I don't know. I don't even know where it is. It's just in the north of Omu somewhere. Perhaps the Flaming Fist have found more information on their patrols.
What did you
Why
say,
don't-
Crick?
I say we have to find it before we can even get in. I
Yes,
don't think we know where it is.
that is quite an apt statement.
Alvi, roll history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have an inkling that it's to the north of the city, but not much more than that.
When you say to the north of the city, am I remembering it's in the north of the city or
Well,
like?
you remember when you were speaking to Zagmira and her camp, they were talking about the entrance to the tomb was up there somewhere.
Yeah. That is what I could remember. Have any of you been having dreams since you got here?
Yes.
Dreams about the Soulmonger?
No. Wait. But sometimes? Perhaps. Occasionally.
What?
I had a dream that I was a carrot, and then a big rabbit came and ate me, and then I was inside of the rabbit. So, if the rabbit is like a metaphor for the soulmonger, and I would be a carrot soul, then yes. But if that's too abstract, probably not.
Oh, that's a good one. I had that dream too.
Elby just
Oh,
sits there,
that's strange.
wide-eyed, blinking. That is not what I meant.
Oh, then no.
The
I dream
Soulmonger has a...
only of the glory of battle.
I'm envious of all of your dreams. All of your nights. I've
No, I
dreamt
mean,
of
it's
the
a scary
Soulmonger
dream.
every night since I've been here.
Oh, what does he look, or what does it look like? I don't really know anything about this soulmonger.
Well, if it is him, he looks like death. It is
What does death look like?
Yes.
like a rotting person, with holes in his skin.
I suppose that would make
Oh,
sense.
I've seen that. Are you sure he's not just a ghoul? It's
I
a
can't
lot
be
of
sure.
ghouls look like that.
Maybe he is a ghoul. But this one was weird. Last night's was weird.
Well, what made him weird?
It looked like he had the 9 gods with him. But then when he held up his staff, it glowed and they wailed in pain. I think he is holding them prisoner. I think it might be stronger than we first thought it is.
You mean to say that this soulmonger is holding the 9 gods prisoner?
I can't be sure. That's just kind of how it looked like.
But you saw it.
I saw it, yes. We see him every night.
Then it must be so.
Yeah, we should definitely go then. I think that's more important than I anticipated. I didn't know something like that was possible. I don't know how he did that.
I don't know what he's done.
Well, if he has the 9 god prisoner, I don't know. I just hope it's a dream. Yeah, that's definitely not a carrot dream.
This one was different. Most of the other times he's just reaching out for me. Like he wants me to come to him. But it does not matter. It does not change what we have to do.
No, but it shows that he might be more powerful than we thought, so we should be careful.
Well, I would imagine there is great wisdom in being careful in any case.
Who are we taking with us? I was told we have room for a couple more.
Really? How? I did not know there was a limit to our expedition.
I guess the size of it needs to be a certain one. Before it starts getting too big and cumbersome to get through the town.
What size?
And if this is a particularly dangerous tomb, which I imagine it is, I don't want to take the unprepared. There's, a lot that can go wrong. So if
Like
there are
with
people that
Rimplin.
aren't necessary, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. I don't want any more unnecessary
Rimplin.
costs.
Yes, I agree. Avoiding unnecessary casualties would be most desirable. Rimplin's death was very regrettable, despite her bravery.
You
I mean,
must-
between all of us, I mean, we can be brave, so they don't have to.
That seems good. Yes, let's do that.
Bravery is good, but it means nothing if you die within the tomb. It is not a sign against you to have more help.
Well, I am...
I believe Miss Westra's saying she's gonna come along.
Oh, no, I do not think she is saying that. Are you, Miss Khalid?
I am quite injured from fight with
Yes,
the
yes.
Yunti.
Miss Khalid is quite injured from the fight of the Yanti. She cannot join us inside the tomb.
If you are to wait, I could join, but if you are to leave soon, then I will cause more trouble than I could bring assistance.
How long would you need, Westra?
At least, I don't know, a couple of days, half week.
I don't think that is going to work.
Yes, too long, unfortunately.
If we do wait that long, surely the reinforcements from the airship will arrive.
I imagine that they will arrive, and if you are already within the tomb, they will come down to help you with your endeavor. Or you will have completed what is needed to be done, and they will arrive to help clean up.
Zaka has been very useful on her travels so far. It'd be good if she could come with us.
Do you think we should ask Mr. Otamu if he thinks anyone else should join us?
But he is in charge. I suppose that would be wise.
Mr. Voldo's pretty knowledgeable. We should bring him along.
Oh yes, he would be most useful.
I bet with a mind like his, we'd solve all the traps in no time.
Traps, yes. I imagine there'll be quite a lot of them.
I imagine if it's as old of a tomb as we think, it might just be not even trapped, just dilapidated. I don't know.
In my experience, there's just usually a lot of undead roaming around and somebody, deep inside messing with things that he shouldn't. I don't know how long this tomb has been here though, so I don't know if, things are different, but just stores of undead usually.
Oh. How big are tombs usually?
It depends on the kind of status of the people. People who have a lot of money generally have ancestral tombs, and generations of families are built there, extended families, and kind of direct lineages. So those sprawl for a while, but there can be just kind of small ones where it's just a tomb to a great leader, and it's just one.
And what about a
one
tomb
coffin.
to a god?
Well, I think we're getting on the terms of sprawling. He was probably buried with attendants, perhaps.
So a big one.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't know if I've ever been into a tomb for a god, and by I don't know, I mean never. I can only guess.
So like the size of a barracks.
How big is a barracks?
Well, as many as 2 to 3 stories, perhaps.
Look, we'll know how big it is once we're inside of it.
I agree. Does the size really matter?
No. It's how you use it.
You will need to be prepared if it is very large and you get turned around. You would need provisions for at least a couple of days underground. Torches, food, water, everything you'll need to live.
Does everybody have those kind of supplies?
Yes?
Of course.
Very good.
So
We
then,
always do with making sure.
perhaps we should go find our friends Izaka and Volo, since we'll be bringing them along.
Well, I suppose they have to consent to coming first.
Are they gonna be able to kind of withstand the dangers? I don't know if I've seen these people fight.
Are any of us going to be able to?
Have you seen how many monsters are in his book? Of course that man's ready for danger.
Well, there's a difference between books and actually doing things. I didn't really grow up on monster books, but I'm capable. I imagine the opposite could be true. I just don't want to put anybody in kind of harm's way if they can't handle themselves. I've seen you guys, and I know what you guys are capable of, but I'm not sure about the other people. Other people are full of bluster, but end up somewhere less than the stories.
From the way he talked, he's definitely been in the action plenty. He's got some real up-close, detailed information about all these beasts. I'm positive that Volo will be helpful.
Okay, I will trust you. I haven't been here that long, so.
Excellent.
I will go speak to Azaka, if no one refuses to have her along.
No, I'm fine with it. The more help, the merrier, right?
Elby would be standing there, kind of looking around to see if anyone shows that they're not that interested in having Azaka come with us, and if not, he will make his way south to her camp. No weird looks?
You look at Bill, and Bill's helmet looks at you.
Wait, where'd you say you were going?
To Azaka, to the south, to the ranger woman, to see if she wants to come with us. Unless someone protests for her spot to go to someone else.
No protest here.
Out of character. She's one of the only like proven ones that I can think of right now that's been out with us a couple of times.
Correct.
She's good.
When you arrive at Azaka's tent, she is not there.
Fuck. Azaka, are you in there?
There is no response from inside.
Beagle, can you smell her around here?
Roll a perception advantage, I believe, for sniffing.
Snuffing.
Beagle sniffs around and then he eventually begins following the trail to the west, towards the stairs that go up.
Ah. Does the trail go up the stairs?
It does, and you can see now that he's sniffing a trail, you can see boot prints, but they're not fresh. They would you could probably pinpoint them down to being sometime the night before.
Okay. Might I know if she's like part of a hunting party that's fetching food for the camp?
Well, you do know that she is a Chilton. She is native to Chilton. She is a Chilton, so possibly.
I mean, I guess I'd try to follow the tracks a short way. I mean, if she's hunting, I wouldn't think they'd go too far, but I don't want to spend too much time doing that.
Okay, you can spend a little bit of time. You see that they go off into the jungle, and then as you're, deliberating whether to keep going and see where she goes, you roll me a perception.
For Elwie?
Mm-hmm. You see Beagle put his nose in the air, and then a soft growl comes out, and he turns his head very sharply and quickly, going into an alert position. And leaning against a tree not too far away, you didn't even hear her as she approached. You see Azaka, and she has what looks like to be a long stick that has got a couple of small beasts attached to it.
I see you did some good hunting.
Well, good morning to you, Mr. Alvey, I think it was.
That's right. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yes, I have gone to get myself and others some breakfast.
What have you got there? And Elwie grabs the leg of probably something on the stick.
They look like small rabbit-type creatures and some, one or two little dinosaurs.
This is a
Breakfast.
good catch.
Yes. I am on my way back to camp to cook it, if you would like to join me.
How long were you out for last night? Did you spend the whole night out?
Not the whole night. I also slept, but I do not mind the jungle.
Elby stops in front of her, and just kind of like looks at her. Would you say you feel rested though? Or do you need to rest some more?
I am. Well, yesterday was quite the straining day, but I did not sustain as much injury as other people.
We're going to try and enter the tomb today. Would you want to come with us?
That is what I am here to do. If you are going, I would be glad to join.
Very good. We'll be leaving soon. If you could make yourself ready.
I will deliver this breakfast, and then I will gather my gear.
Elby would just nod and would just walk back to camp with her if that was where she was going to go now.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we make it all the way there without problems, we would go to the campfire. She would have come with us. She was off hunting. Sorry it took so long. Did anyone have any luck with Otamu?
Do you want us to do like a?
If
We
you
went
want
off and talked to him.
to, yeah, if you want to speak to him, then we can do that while Alvi was gone.
Sure.
Okay. So who is going to speak to Watonga?
If no one else wanted to, I guess Crick can do it.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Crick will approach Otamu sometime after Alvi has left.
He'll be in his tent as usual. He is having breakfast with his friend Felix, the elf.
Good morning, Mr. Otamu. Mr. Felix, I believe your name was. I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time.
Ah, yes. Please, come in and sit. Make yourself at home. You are welcome to share in our breakfast if you are hungry.
Thank you, but I've already eaten. I do appreciate the offer, though. I wanted to ask you, we're planning on leaving to try and find the, I guess, entrance to this, tomb? And we were wondering, at least especially me, if you would have any idea of, I guess, specialists or people who would potentially be useful, joining us. Maybe someone with some sort of skills that the rest of us lack.
He thinks for a moment and he says, I do not have the pleasure of personally knowing a lot of the people about the camp. Apart from Rain Stew, obviously I have done business with them before. And Kobuko, but they are traders. They are not suitable for going into the tomb. Shago and his men are needed here to do it, the Yunti, and to prepare us for that. I suppose the guides who worked out of Bodnia Zaru would be fitted for the danger that might come. The only other I could think of would be perhaps Varus Milan, as he, I believe, used to do some questionable work.
Where do you think I could find him?
I believe him and his husband are in the tent to the northwest of the camp.
Okay. I will go speak with him. Thank you, Mr. Otamu. Enjoy your breakfast.
And good luck to you if I do not see you again before you leave. Please, if there is anything else that you shall need or will make your life easier, then do not be afraid to ask.
Of course. And Crick will give a little short bow and make his way out.
Okay.
Can I go to the blacksmith's?
Yes. They greet you as you arrive. Oh, good to see you again. Uh, yes. Well, I did try to do the shield and I gave it a good shot, but as I said, I'm not really attuned to doing armor. Not much I could do with it. I think maybe it looks a little bit nicer, but I don't think it's enchanted.
Oh, that's quite all right. It does look nicer. I will give it that. It's actually good timing. Yerk managed to find a shield that has defenses on it and makes me yell louder. I'm not gonna show it to you because then I'll yell and then people will give me strange looks because you're not supposed to yell in this camp. I found anymore. Every time loud noises come, people look at me strange or people around me strange, and I don't want to put people on edge this morning. But thank you.
Well, it's probably just because the last time there was a loud noise, people got burnt to death.
Yeah, and Vamyar, he shot a fireball the other day, and then everybody looked at him like that was in poor taste, so I guess that makes sense.
Ah, yes. Well, that is what happened to those people, do you know?
No,
All
I
burnt
got
to death.
here.
Ah,
I got here
yes, it
after.
was terrible. Oh, well, then you missed that, lad. Terrible business.
I can imagine. We're going to the tomb, so hopefully people won't have to get burned out here anymore, and, everyone can just go home, but... Nevertheless, thank you for trying. I'll take that shield back if you don't mind.
Aye, well, 'tis your shield.
I hope to see you again, and again, thanks for trying.
Aye, well, if you bring me a weapon, I'll do better with it, but until then, good luck.
He's gonna to Westra real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Westra. I got a shield from Yerk, so I no longer need this shield if you are interested in it.
Ah, that will be very helpful, thank you. Though I will not be able to use it with this sword, I shall have to try and figure something out. Maybe I can make trade around the camp.
Well, the
Uh,
people down at the blacksmithing concern to the just over there, they're quite generous with their help. I'm sure they could supply you with something.
Yes, maybe they'll be interested in a great big sword for something a little bit more practical for me.
They cannot enchant that shield, but they made it look nice. So, however it looks now is as nice as it will look, I think, unless you are a skilled artist. I don't know.
Well, it is very shiny, and I would not claim to be better at such things. Thank you, Mr. Galen.
No problem. And I would advise that you don't try to bash anyone's head in with it. It doesn't work that way. I tried and it just kind of bounces. It's, I think, too round or something, or maybe I'm just not strong enough. Maybe you'd have better luck with it. I got kind of carried away in the moment the other day, but...
If you want to try to bash someone's head in with shield, it's all about angle, Mr. Galen. You get the right angle, and you get very satisfying bump.
What does the angle look like?
And she'll stand up and run through some shield techniques with you if you want to do that.
Yeah. Oh, I was just trying to hit him with the flat of it, just, straight across. Like, I thought like it was like surface area.
Well, you can do that if you want to provide a shove or maybe moment of like dazement, but if you want to do real injury, if you turn it on angle and use side of shield, it is much harder to scout.
This is very interesting to watch. Where did you learn such techniques of caving in skulls?
I have been in business of such thing for the White Lady for a little bit of time.
And
Marcus taught me what I was to know.
Marcus,
Yes, indeed.
who is that?
He is man of church.
Hmm.
He is man who, well, maybe one day you shall meet him. He is important to Saloon, and he is the one that sent Click and I here. Though he was meant to meet us and did not.
Oh, well, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to meet him. I mean, I'm a man of church too, so we'd probably have a lot to talk about.
I imagine that you would. Marcus Petrain, that is his name if you are able to meet him. But he is strong. I am sure that whatever waylaid him will not keep him.
I hope he didn't fall in a hole.
Well, it is possible, I suppose, but
It
as
is
I
very
said,
possible.
I am sure he'll be able to get himself out with the help of the lady. And she'll sit back down. Anything else before Alvi returns?
I'm good.
Okay. So Alvi does return and informs you that Azaka will join you if you so wish to want her. And then asks what you learnt from Wakanga.
Ah, yes. When I was talking to him, he said that we could potentially ask some of the camp members. Where were they? In the north, that way. And he points up to the northwest. I think their names were Malern? Yes. Yes, 2 of them. We should go ask them. They may be interested.
Why would they be valuable? Did he say?
I actually forgot as a player. Good job, me.
Wasn't I think because they did dungeon diving stuff already? Was it?
Questionable business, I believe, was that he called it.
Well, we should go ask them then, and then they can tell us what they do, and then we can decide if we want to take them. Yeah?
Fair enough, I guess.
I mean, if we want to be sneaky about it, you know, we could just kind of have a conversation like, hey, what do you do? Oh, that's funny. Do you want to go to the tomb? But if, you know, they don't meet our criteria, we just, you know, don't ask them if they want to go to the tomb, and we just say, oh, well, I gotta go eat breakfast, and then we just kind of sneak away.
I don't think we have to do that. We can be upfront. It's
Oh,
going to be a
okay.
dangerous situation. We have to let them know what they're in for. We can't trick them into coming with us.
Oh, I
Yes.
didn't say trick them. I just meant like screen them, you know, before we ask them if they wanted to go to the tomb. You just seem kind of hesitant about it, so I thought maybe we just kind of ask them
No.
what they do before we invite them out.
It is
It's fine.
important we're upfront with people and honest, unless we have to lie to them as a matter of course.
We can just ask them. If we don't think they're a good fit for us, then we don't take them. I'll go with you. Where did you say they were?
Northwest side of camp. I think we'll find them. We just have to go look.
Okay. As you head to the northwest, you would see the dwarf man outside his tent as usual, and you would also see 2 elves outside their tent.
Crick will approach the 2 elves first. Excuse me, are you, one of you Malarm? Are both of you Malarm?
The one on the left responds as the other one looks up, a little bit with an amused expression, and the one on the left responds, "Yes, we are both Malan. What can I help you with?"
My group and I are traveling soon, and we were looking for help. Mr. Otamu said that you would potentially be useful and maybe interested in where we're going.
What is it you need help with? You need something done?
Well, mainly we're looking for someone who may have skills that are, I guess, filling a gap that we may be missing in our group.
We're going to the tomb.
Yes,
To
tomb.
the tomb?
That's right.
What tomb? Says the other one.
Does Crick know the name of the tomb? I don't think I do.
Don't think so.
It is the tomb of the god, and the soulmonger is in it, and it's up north. And we're supposed to be up front with you guys about this. Do you have any skills that would be useful in a tomb of gods?
Well, if you're talking about gods, what skills are useful? But if you need something to be killed, we do have talent in that.
I assume there will be many things to be killed, but I don't think any of us actually know. We haven't been there yet.
Well, we are definitely here to help. That is why we have come, after all.
Well, if you are interested, we'll be working on leaving sometime today, I believe. And he'll look to the party for sort of confirmation.
Kalen will nod.
Yeah, Bill give you a thumbs up.
Yes. Of course we haven't found it yet, so I think we'll mostly be exploring the town or the city of Omu, attempting to find this tomb. But if you're interested, we could use the help.
Well, we are definitely interested. That's what we do. Is that not right, Aranis? Yes. We are here to help, and if you are going into this place, we will be there to help you.
Oh, good. Good. Well, my name's Crick, and these are some of my traveling companions. And he'll turn around and sort of point to each one, letting them introduce themselves.
I am Bill.
I'm Kalen.
How long have you both been here, Nomu, for?
That's
They-
Alvy.
One on the right smiles at you, Alfie, and the one on the left kind of waves a hand and he says, I am Varius, and this is my husband, Aranus. And we have been here for as long as the rest of the camp has been here.
What have you done since you've been here?
We have been searching the city, we have been helping with preparations against the snake people that might come, and or a couple of other things.
So you've been on patrols in Tomu?
We have been a little bit into Omu, yes, but we was looking more at the defenses around the camp, as it is a bit more where my expertise may lie.
So you've seen how dangerous Tomu is?
I have seen some things that I choose to stay away from within some of the ruins, but I also recognize that there is lots of fortune to be made lost here within the city.
It is important that you understand where we're taking you.
This isn't a standard patrol. This is going to be quite dangerous.
He waves a hand and then gets a very serious expression. He says, I wish you no offense, mister, but I have probably lived more lifetimes than you will ever even see. And I have faced many more things, perhaps, than you will ever even know. I know it
Understandable.
is what I do.
But you need to understand, the only thing we know about you is the recommendation we got from Atamu. You're going to be able to help us in there.
He smiles and says, well, if you are worried that I cannot handle myself, I most certainly can. Though, I will warn you that if things get a little bit rough, my first priority will always be, of course, my darling husband Uranus.
How many arrows
fair
could you
enough.
take in the chest without falling over and dying?
That's a
I
strange question to ask somebody.
I make it a habit not to test.
But if you had to,
Bill, how many arrows could you take in the chest before you fell over? I don't know if any of us know that question, or the answer to that.
Bill looks down at himself for a second and thinks, average arrows?
Yes.
Probably around 6 to 7.
Well, my dear friend, it matters where they hit you. I see you have covered yourself with quite heavy armor. I imagine you could take quite a bit of arrows. Arrows do not seem to bother those that prepare themselves like that. Except maybe, perhaps, if you run into someone with a heavy crossbow,
Yes, I do not like crossbows. I've had poor experiences with them.
Yes, I imagine if you're going about wearing plate that they like to single you out.
Yes, I do not like to be singled out at all.
Well, then I do hope that there are no crossbows within this too.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Elvie approaches them, and as he's walking, he says,
You were here when Zagmira the Lich arrived, weren't you?
We were technically within Omu, yes, but we were not within camp, unfortunately.
Elvie walks to sort of in front of both of them. Not like too close that it's like overly intrusive, but just kind of looks at them and says,
You're not a Lich, are you? Either of you.
A lich? No. I mean, well, Uranus has called me things a little bit nastier than that, but none of them are true, are they, my dear? Well, sometimes he can perhaps maybe act like a lich. He sometimes maybe pretends he is soulless, but he is not.
If you're going to turn on us, I'd have you do it now. Just kill me here.
Why would we do that?
Why would Zagmira do that?
The one on the right kind of like tips his head a bit and then puts his hand on his chin where he's sitting with his elbow on his knee, and he looks at you and he says, my friend, though I do not have as much experience as my husband, I would think that maybe you need a little bit break before you go into tomb,
I am fine. And you're welcome to come with us if you want.
But a moment ago you were... and Virus kind of puts a hand on his shoulder. Well, yes. If you are going into tomb, then we will help you.
Very good.
Yes. Thank you. I believe we'll be leaving, well, I don't want to say shortly, but relatively soon. Do you need any help getting the supplies ready? Or can you take care of that on your own?
We can look after ourselves. You just come and let us know when you're ready to go.
Of course. Thank you again.
Can I talk to Bill for a minute? On our walk back.
Yes?
Bill, how is your brother after yesterday? I know he's usually quiet, but he seemed more quiet today.
Oh, He is 100% comfortable with his healing.
Oh, okay, that's good. I know you didn't ask me this when I joined, but I don't think I can take very many arrows in the chest, so hopefully that won't be a problem because I can do other things, but I can't really do that super well. So I just want you to know
many?
that. I don't know. One is uncomfortable. I got hit with one arrow yesterday and went down, so I think that was pretty bad, but that caught me in a bad spot.
One. That's less than Rinplin. And you know what happened to her.
Wait, yeah. But usually they
Kalen.
don't hit me.
And Bill like sort of stops walking and turns to Kalen. Kalen, I observed what happened to Rinplin yesterday and it was very tragic. And that was with 2 arrows. If you cannot take even 2, the same fate will befall you. Perhaps you should not join us in this tomb. Who knows how many arrows they will have there?
Well, it was more so, I was more so disoriented from the fire. My head was ringing after that explosion for a while, so I think it was more so that it kind of threw off my perception a bit.
Oh, you mean you were hit with an arrow to your physical limitations after the fireball torched you?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine. And Bill keeps walking. Your constitution is quite fine.
Alright, they'll follow along.
Okay, you arrive back at the camp.
What's this creature here, by the way? Is it a cat?
It's a wolf.
It's a wolf, thanks to Tiefling Daddy. Okay. What is Tiefling Daddy's name?
Well, you've never spoken to him.
Well, I figure Miko's been talking to him.
Yeah, but you aren't Miko, you're Bill.
I'm
Maybe
just
more.
curious, alright? I wasn't going to talk to him, I'm just curious. Fine,
They've been sitting quite close for a long time now.
And you would have seen, Alvy, that they would indulge in quiet companionship, speaking now and then with each other, but quite happy to sit and whittle, like he whittles on a piece of wood, and occasionally they chat.
Alfie sees Miko sitting with a dude who's got a wolf pet. Sees the parallel.
Easily replaced his.
I mean, you didn't even let Kaylin know she had a curse, so...
Oh shit.
This is great. Oh, damn, Jamball, you fucking got into the wall.
You don't get to complain that she replaced you.
Fucking drag him.
Okay, so... you spend the rest of the morning preparing. Are you going today, or is there more that you want to prepare for or do?
There's nothing holding LV back.
Do you guys think there's anyone else we should talk to? Or maybe we should just gather up like a supplies or something?
So we got 8 as it is. We got room for 1 more.
9 creatures can enter.
Oh, so does that include Beagle?
He is a creature.
How do you? Yeah, then
Include Bob as well.
that's too many. We need to ditch one. Did you say that does include Bob?
He is a creature.
He's a normal human.
That's right.
Not convinced.
How dare you, fucking racist.
So you can like in your preparations you can get as much as stuff as you want. Like easy going stuff, you can have as much as you want. So rations, torches, stuff like that. So make sure you fill your sheets out with any supplies you are taking.
We need to cull one, preferably add a character.
Well, there's a couple, so we should probably just take the couple, right?
Oh, man, I dragged her in.
We'll undrag her.
My skin's crawling at the absolute awkwardness of just in character having to try and tell her, nah, sorry.
You
Well,
can
I mean,
always
she
just
could always.
wait till you get there, and then as a parent, someone can't get in.
Oh, jeez.
Just turn it into like an episode of The Office. Jesus, you're just gonna get there and Michael Scott Alby's just gonna be like, "Oh, damn, what a shame. Darn, I really wanted all of you to come in."
Maybe she can hold the door. She can hold door.
So, are we ready to go, or?
Yeah. So we
As-
just
as a
add those
group?
things that you were saying we could take?
Mm-hmm.
Would a couple of traps be like part of that, or are they too special?
I'll let you have 2.
Nice, thank you.
2 hunting traps. One of which you got from Azaka.
Oh, you just son of a bitch. Oh man. Alright, she can have my spot.
I'm good to go. I'm just gonna fill out some basic stuff for equipment I'm bringing along, so I won't hold us up with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Up
good
to
go.
10 each.
Same. Up to 10 what, sorry?
Up to 10 each, rations and torches. Okay, so we go on. Are we taking all 3 of these people?
Yeah. Alright, just out of character. My intention personally was to try and maybe seriously, like Azaka could just wait at the entrance or something like that. She can come with us through, but she just can't come in. Does anyone like have a better idea or object to that?
I mean, you could tell her honestly that you know that only 9 people can go in. And
Do I know that?
We don't know that, though.
I don't know that.
Oh, well, if you don't know that, then there's no in-character kvetching to be done. It's just
Okay, yeah, true.
you just find out when you get there.
You're right. Burden lifted.
Yeah.
Alright. So, before noon, you head off. Correct? You're
Before
leaving
noon.
today. You're going to the tomb. The little thing comes up. If you proceed beyond this area, you are leaving the tutorial and you are subject to being dead.
Is it a save point though?
You have
Yes,
to
no,
complete
maybe.
all the side quests in the
This
camp
is an
before you
Iron
go.
Man game. There's no saving.
Yes, no, maybe we going?
Sure.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hang on, where do I gotta sign?
Collective, yes. Alright, we are leaving for the tomb. So, Albi knows it is to the north. You would be able to do some scouting around the area, and around just after noon, you would find the entrance
Oh, that was
to
easy.
what looks like the tomb. Yep. Isn't that easy? Now, I imagine no one can see anything. Please confirm or deny.
I see nothing,
It's
Nothing.
the only darkness.
except for that room of the beholder in it. Ha!
Yeah, I
Oh
see
my
only
God.
edge.
I see my old friend. Darkness? My old friend?
It's a good one.
Mhm.
Oh, let's give me something. I didn't agree to what Kalen wrote.
Well, you gotta put your own name in there.
Alright, Kaylin, what is your sight?
60 feet. 60 feet dark vision.
Yerk, same?
Yeah. 60 feet cheat vision.
If you go to the bottom, you should be able to see. Bill?
I got 60 feet. We both do. Bill and Bob both do.
Humans with dark vision?
Alvi?
What? If it is like a dark cave or something, if it's obviously a light thing, I will cast dark vision on myself, and then I'll have 60 feet.
How long does that last? Because you might want to wait until
I think
it's going to put you down as 5. Sorry, well, while you're out here, you're outside, so...
it lasts for 8 hours.
Okay, well, then you can cast that when you need it. You are outside at the moment, so you don't. But,
Okay. I'll hold off.
Crick.
Crick has no dark vision, so whatever that would normally be.
Okay, and I will adjust that for you later then. Right, so you can all see.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So you search around until you find an area where what looks to be a track has kind of been worked into the ground, and it leads over to this small little alcove, of which you see there are the natural wall has kind of been carved into something a bit more than that. As you approach, you would see that near the base of the cliffs, there is a 15-foot tall obelisk of cracked stone that is draped with vines and black moss. Behind it, you see a dark passageway obscured with withered creepers. A second, smaller tunnel burrows into the base of the cliff to the east. 3 stone gargoyles watch you from narrow ledges above on the cliffside. Each of the faces has a bearded devil, and its mouth is agape with a silent scream. And this is what you see. You are free to
Quick
move.
question. When you say creepers, you mean vines, right?
Yes, plant life.
Can I attempt to read the obelisk?
You approach the black stone of the obelisk, and you can see written upon it are some words, and I will give them to you. You are able to read them out if you wish for the rest of the group.
What language is it in?
Common.
Gotcha.
Or not.
Oh, is that an invitation?
Yeah.
Fear the night when the Forsaken One seizes Death's mantle, and the seas dry up, and the dead rise, and I, Aesiriarak, the Eternal, reap the world of the living. Those who dare enter take heed. The enemies oppose. One stands between them. In darkness it hides. Don the mask or be seen. Speak no truth to the doomed child. The keys turn on the inside only. What do you suppose that means?
So, people, let's see. Alvi, Kaelin, Crick. You can all roll me a history.
Please roll well. Oh,
Kaelin, you know from your time with the church, this name strikes you for a moment, and you feel as if you know it, and you think for a little bit, and then it comes to you. Assyric, you would know, is a he's rumored and said to be a very, very powerful lich, and he is known and feared throughout the multiverse. Usually is no more than myth and legend and story tales, but you would know from your time in the church and your studies and being about in general on the Sword Coast that he is indeed very real. And not really much is known about him except that he has a very dark obsession with tormenting and collecting souls of adventurers and making pretty much just bad shit. He spends a lot of time building tombs, wrecking places, and enslaving peoples for his own sick enjoyment and games.
Sirak's one of the worst of the worst. He's a lich. People kind of in my organization were sent after people much less powerful than him and had a much more difficult time. People in my order have been sent to clean up his messes before, but no one's ever been able to take him down. And a lot of them didn't come back. He is extremely powerful, and we need to be very, very cautious. I don't know. People my mentor knew and that are now gone vanished chasing him.
Who is the Forsaken One?
I don't know.
We should decipher this message.
I feel like the Forsaken One might be the Soulmonger. He seems like he has taken Death's mantle.
Is he not Azaric? Are they not the same?
He might be. That I don't know why he would call himself that, though. I feel like he would just say, "I, the Soulmonger," if he's taken that as his new mantle.
But if you look here, and Elvis like running his finger over like the second half of the text, it looks like it is giving us instructions for if we go in. A guideline to follow, maybe.
Yes, it seems if we were to enter without actually gleaning anything useful from this message, that death becomes more likely.
I don't know what any of this means. The darkness, it is dangerous.
Though from what you just told us, Kalen, is it common for Acerec to leave warnings that are actually helpful for people who enter his tombs?
I don't know. I know that he likes to play games with people, so this might just be a sick game. I don't know.
I mean, typically, if he likes to torment people, wouldn't he leave warnings and messages that if we followed them would kill us?
Perhaps, and maybe if they also went unheeded because they were his words, that might also be part of it. I don't think there's any real way to know.
By the gods, Albie starts shaking his hand. Touch that, Kaelin. Touch the obelisk.
Okay. He'll tentatively, kind of put a finger on it.
As you touch it, you feel a dark kind of energy beneath your fingers, just kind of, just more of a feeling rather than a physical touch.
There's some power in these words. It's a feeling that puts me at unease. I don't know if that means we should believe them, but it means that they're important in some way. At least that's how I feel.
Albie would touch somewhere else on the obelisk, like away from where the text is. Does it feel the same?
Yes.
Are we all touching it?
If you want to touch it, you can touch it.
I guess Yerk will follow along because he doesn't want to feel left out.
Do I know if any seas have begun to dry?
Roll me a history. No.
Do any of you have any ideas about this? Alby says to the three that they've got accompanying them.
Yes, the Milans. You said you have lived many lifetimes. Perhaps you could help us decipher this warning.
Varus will look upon it and then rub his chin. It looks like just a thing people say. I don't know. I do not think you should maybe take it literally.
Have you been in many tombs before?
Tombs. Well, I do not specifically go around into tombs.
Is there a role that we could do, like, to just see if he's kind of being blasé, or if it's like a genuine, we shouldn't be.
Yes, that's in. What do you mean about Varus, or?
Yeah, like where he just sort of said, "Oh, I think it's like you were taking it too literally. Like, you shouldn't worry too much about
Yeah,
the
you can
text."
do an insight roll, which I roll for you.
Okay, yeah.
So, he seems pretty like what he's saying is what you get. He doesn't
Okay.
seem to have a hidden agenda or anything like that.
Perhaps this is Astarak's first test. Maybe the message is simply designed to scare off weaker adventurers. And by simply choosing to enter the tomb anyways, we are passing the first test.
No, that does not seem like something that someone who is very torturous and cruel would do. What kind of person do you think Astarak would like? We
Well-
should become those kinds of people. I would imagine if he is as Kalen describes him, he would delight in torturing and killing people such as yourself, Yerk, who appear to be textbook heroes.
Well, but I mean, maybe if the people that get tortured are too weak, it's not as fun for him, because, he's so powerful and
I've heard
all.
this name before. This Asirik speaks up around us. I have heard tales of him from my hometown. He is indeed a terrible creature and a terrible person, if you could call him that. I believe it was said that he would fill up tombs or places of interest so that people, adventurers or treasure hunters, would come and they would seek to make themselves rich, and it was upon them that he would feed his phylactery and he would indulge himself upon their souls. I guess perhaps it is sick pastime of his that he prefers people like that, if he indeed likes to play games like it was said before, then perhaps that is just another layer of him.
That makes it sound like he might be the soulmonger. Or, assuming, well, maybe he has the soulmonger.
Yes, it does certainly seem open and shut that he is gorging himself on these souls, if he likes that sort of thing.
Well, I hear that liches do.
Well, we have solved that mystery. Asarak is the soulmonger or in control of the soulmonger. That seems quite logical. Now, this warning. What do you suppose we should glean from this before we go inside? And which of these two tunnels should we go through? Where does that one on the right go?
Wait, there's two?
Yeah.
Yes. There's one over here, and Bill will just sort of step up a couple of tiles. Sorry, I should be using my arrow keys.
Yes,
Oh.
he's the Arakis.
I couldn't see that one.
Well,
Can I roll?
go ahead.
Can I roll like a perception on like the gargoyles above us or something? Because you said they. Or could you describe them again? I guess you said they had something like. They were like their mouths were open, kind of stuck that way, but something else.
There are 3 gargoyles. I will even mark where they are.
Are they the same gargoyles that are on the cliff edge perimeter of Omu?
They look similar, but the faces are different. Their faces are carved into bearded devils with their mouths agape in screams.
Jeez.
And these are actual statues, not like gargoyle creatures we have to worry about.
They are gargoyle statues.
Okay.
But I don't think
Touch
that
on
means.
find out.
Yeah, I don't think that means we don't have to worry about them.
I meant as in like they're actually alive right now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what I meant.
Maybe this is a kind of hint that comes into effect when it's applicable. Like maybe the answer will be clear when we see a situation where we can apply this advice. Maybe.
Then we should take note of this warning so that we can refer to it throughout our expedition.
Oh, yes, I've already got that written down. It's right here on this piece of parchment.
Yes, I have written it down and recorded it for myself as well. As has Bob.
I read it, so I might be able to remember some of it.
Perhaps you should make it so that you can definitely remember it.
Keys turn on the inside only.
Elvis kind of just muttering to himself as he's kneeling in front of it.
I wonder who the doomed child is.
I hope it's intuitive when we get in there. Because we are to speak truth in general now. Perhaps it would be wise to not speak truth to anyone we meet inside this tomb until we know if they're the doomed child or not. I'm sure Westra would understand.
I would be wary of anyone we meet inside this tomb anyways. It'd probably be wise to not even speak with them at all.
Yes, you see, Crick? We agree. Excellent. We will lie to everyone in this tomb.
Why did the party notes come up? Sorry.
I'm just showing you a place if you wish to take notes.
Oh.
That you can. Or there are places on your sheet that you can take notes as well, if you want to take your own notes for not the party.
Well,
Alright.
if we have decided that, or if we have noted down this warning and we have decided that it will come into effect later on, and it is not that we simply cannot comprehend it now, then perhaps it would be wise for us to nominate a forward scout who will lead us through this tomb. Someone who is the best at avoiding triggered traps and spotting them before they are triggered, and noticing pitfalls and illusions, and is hardy in case they are hurt by a monster hiding to lie in ambush. Someone who is very brave, and...
Just let
This
me have a
sounds
look around here
like
first.
Yerk's job.
I don't know, Yerk. You definitely are brave, but are you all those other things?
Well, yeah.
Would you say that you can take 8 arrows to the chest before falling over?
Plenty of arrows. Why?
Oh, fine.
I'd
I'm
be
also the
worried about
most-
more than just arrows.
I'm also the most durable, so even if the trap does go off, I am most likely to survive the brunt of it compared to the rest of you. No
Yes.
offense.
But are you most likely to spot the trap before it goes off? That is an important part of the job description.
I believe so. And perhaps, if we were to take a line order, Alvi should come second, so that his sharp eagle eyes may catch any that I might miss, perhaps.
Yes, I would rather that the traps are not triggered, because even if you might survive them, the traps may be something that affects the entire room.
If you point them out, I could probably try my best to disarm them. That's kind of something I can do.
Then you should be perhaps further to the back, Kalen, where you will be safe from any triggered ones, as that is a very valuable skill. I will, of course, join you in the back, because that is the best position to be in for my weapon. And Bob has to be here to bodyguard me. Isn't that right, Bob? Then we're agreed.
Are we moving in now?
Alvi wasn't like Alvi was checking the obelisk for like just anything out of the ordinary whilst the conversation was going on. He was like walking around it, looking at it.
Okay. Well, I sent Alvi that PM, so we can continue.
And as he gets around the backside of it, like I guess he'll have rubbed his hands along the back. It feels like this thing is watching us. It's dark energy.
The obelisk.
Yes. Or through those gargoyles that he points up there. Or something. I can feel eyes on us here.
Perhaps I should try and detect what kind of magics this obelisk has. Would I be, can I do that as my ritual?
Yep, that is a 10-minute ritual, I believe. So, anything else anyone wants to do, or do you want to wait for the results?
I would, if Alvi had time, he would kind of just check the area for just traps and just things like that, just doing like a perception and investigation of the area.
Where are you looking? Where are you searching? What are you doing?
I mean, he wouldn't wander too far, but just...
I need you to
I'm
specify. You can't just generalize.
I'm just trying to get the ruler so I can...
Can you look over the door without touching it?
Yeah.
Definitely, if Yerk's going to go up there, Elby would be going with him to check, like, just traps along the ground and triggers and whatnot.
Okay. So, as you walk into this area of carved stone, you see a short tunnel that ends with a slab of work stone whose edges are marked by relief carvings of grinning skulls. 4 lines engraved at the center of the slab cross one another to form a star, with both ends of each line marking the location of a cube-shaped cavity cut into the door. 8 cavities in all.
Ah! The keyholes, perhaps.
What do you see, Yerk? Elby would be a bit...
Also, I imagine Alvi has the cubes, just for clarification, since he is the de facto leader of the party.
Jesus.
Well, Prick had them last.
You gave them to Wakanga, so I imagine
Oh,
you
right.
were giving them to Alvi.
Makes sense to me.
So
this
where
door
are you-
appears...
Sorry,
sorry.
Alvi, where are you searching around?
As Yerk would have gone forwards, we would have been going with him to just check the ground and just check for any kind of triggers. But he probably wouldn't have gone right up to the door yet.
Okay, roll me a investigation.
Not a good start.
The area, it is quite old, and there's a bit of, vegetations have grown over some of the stuff. You don't really manage to see anything except the carvings in the stone.
Okay. What's your step here, Yerk?
Of course. And then Yerk's kind of counting out the holes again. We got 8 of those cubes, right?
We have 9 of them. Wait, we have 9?
Yes, you have 9.
Yeah.
And Bill, your detect magic will end around now. For future convenience, we'll say that you could just do it quickly because it's convenience. Okay, so you detect magic on the obelisk. and you can detect a fiendish presence within the obelisk itself.
I detect a fiendish presence within this obelisk itself.
What do you mean? There's something inside it.
I don't know how else to put it. That is the way I understand it from what this ritual is giving to me. There is a fiendish presence inside this obelisk. I'm not sure how else to describe it.
Did you say the obelisk is it's a statue of something?
No, it's just an obelisk.
Okay.
Imagine something like this, except with a... done. Something like this, but with a pointed top, and there's no carvings except for the writing on the front.
Okay. What did you see on the door, Yuck?
Sorry, you did say it was 8 holes, right?
Yes, there are 8 holes.
Well, it's got 8 holes in it, but you said we've got 9 cubes.
Yes, we have 9 puzzle pieces.
Have you investigated that tunnel to the right before we do anything rash?
Not yet.
No, not yet. We should look, because we may have to determine the possibility that one of these cubes is a trick. Yurko come back out.
Elby would start making his way to the eastern sort of beginning section, and trying to look for traps and hidden things in the area.
Okay, roll an investigation. As you come to this short alcove, this tunnel, alcoves run the length of the tunnel, and each one as you go down it, shows a bestial statue standing or squatting above a basin of oil. Do you go all the way down it, or no? Where do you go?
I would just be trying to check their front for.
You don't see it. If you roll an investigation, if you see something, I will say it to you.
Okay. I think we might need to have a look down here.
So
now that I
just
think
let me
about
know
it,
where you go, and then I will apply your investigation to that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
did we ever make sure the cube that Fenstraza gave us was real?
Don't know how we would do that.
One would suppose that there must be a way to use all 9 cubes. Isn't this the Tomb of the 9 Gods?
But do you mean you think Fantasia may have had a fake one?
A possibility, I suppose.
Yeah, Elby having said that he thinks they should have a look down the corridor there, we would start going down it.
Okay. Go ahead. 1 square at a time.
Let me bring Beagle.
Yurko will just stand back here where he can watch Alvy's progress. So he can rush in if need be.
Yes, I will watch.
You said that there were like monsters where the stars are, like statues of monsters or something?
Bestial statues, which are standing or squatting above basins of oil.
Jesus.
As you move down the hall from west to east, you see a Jaculi and a Sioux monster in the first 2 alcoves facing each other. An Almirage and a Zorbo in the next. And I'll wait for you to proceed if you do so.
So from here though, I can see that there's 8, like 4 on either side.
Correct.
There is 8 stunned monsters here. 4 on either side. Did you say there was 8 things on the door?
Yeah.
Let me take a note of what these ones are. Sorry, could you repeat the first 2? One was ejaculi.
Sure. Hang on, I'm just getting Beagle his forgot to give you your spectator ring.
Thanks.
I don't suppose there's like a handout for it to save me on spelling?
Yeah, I can give you something if you wait just a moment.
Thank you. Wow. I just sneezed so hard I got lightheaded. Go on without me.
Rip. He went so long with any sneeze and we lost him.
Okay, so under PCs, Beagle, there is a PC called Spectator. Is just behind Kaelin right there. So feel free to move that around.
I can't move it. I don't have control of it. I can't see from it.
Yeah, I can't see it on my list either.
You don't have it. Only Beagle will have it.
I see it on my
Gotcha.
PC's list. There we go. Now I can see and move it. Thank you.
I've got control of it as well, though, by the way.
Same.
Right, you
Okay.
shouldn't now.
Oh.
Nope, I'm good.
R.I.P.
Beagle, can you move it?
Yes. I have my camera ring.
Okay. So, in the first alcove, you see on the left a bestial statue of this creature and one facing it. And that is where you are at the first alcove.
Okay, and I can't see the next 2 yet.
You would have to progress.
Okay, so is my role that I did for investigation like
Applies for the whole place.
Okay, yeah. So
Whole section.
I'll take a couple more steps to see the next 2.
Okay. As you progress, you would next see an almirage.
Oh, I just asked without keying out on the left.
On the left, yeah, I'll go left, top to bottom when I
Yeah.
say them.
It's so
Oh, I want one.
It's another one of them. Didn't we get screwed up by one of those at one of these things already?
No, that was the sea monsters, I think.
We've seen that horned rabbit thing, I'm sure of it.
Zorbo. Zorbo's my next character.
Beagle, you can't just be you from real life.
I ain't that
Wait.
cute.
Jam, was it like one time when we were entering into Omu, like as we got to the front, that's where we saw stoned, we saw like like hardened versions of the Almirage, which I think it was like the snakes had done it to him. They'd frozen them.
They weren't frozen. They were old statues, like
Yeah.
dedicated to the gods of Omu before it became decrepit and ruined.
Okay, but it was definitely the Almirage one that we saw.
Yeah, you've seen a couple. By this point, you probably would have seen most of these around in different kind of states of disrepair. And the temples that you went to as well, some of them had these creatures.
Okay. He would progress.
Okay, in the next alcove you see...
Remember these fucking things?
Really? I don't remember them.
Yeah, when we fought the Medusa, remember?
Oh, it was them. Oh, okay. I thought they were bigger.
You
I
see
love Froghemoths.
the bestial statue of a bird above its basin of oil, and facing it, a frog-type creature with tentacles and many eyes squatted over top of its own basin as well.
That was in Omu, wasn't it, that we fought that Froghemoth?
It was at one of the temples.
Yeah, at the front of it, in the water. Okay, and then they would continue to the last one.
Okay, the last one you see...
Dragons.
Oh, that's what our next party should be.
Oh!
We'll just all be
see
those
a little
guys.
frog statue, and facing it, the cat with the snake
I remember them.
snakes coming out from its top and sides. As you reach the end of the hall and you look at them and you inspect these statues, you as you look around, one moment please. As you look around the tunnel, you something catches your eye on the wall, and you see a seam over here.
A seam?
On like this wall.
Okay, like a seam as in something that like arrows could shoot out of or something? Like
No, a seam is like a line, you know, like a joint.
okay, so it could be a door in that sense.
Could be.
Do I roll investigation to try and look more closely at it?
No, you can just choose to do it. You've already rolled. Your investigation stands for the whole area.
Okay, yeah, I'll just look at it a bit closer to try and just see if I can see if it is like a door or an opening that can be made.
You clear off some of the vines and dust and the vegetation that has grown into this area, and you see that very hidden on the stone wall there is what appears to be some kind of secret door. And as you run your hands over it, you find an area that appears to be something to open it.
Okay, is it like roughly the size? Like, is there a hole in it the size of a puzzle cube?
No, it's like a secret door. Like you push a button and it opens.
Okay. That's all that's on the door. It's just like a button that theoretically could open the door.
Yeah.
Okay. Albie would back out. He would leave that tunnel to relay everything that he's seen to everyone. Can I just move my way out?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You can, as long as you move with the arrows, you can move about.
Yeah. They had statues down there. 4 on either side, 8 in total. And looked like there is a hidden door at the end of the tunnel. It had a button on it, but I have not pressed it yet.
Statues of what?
Statues of...
Like, would I know them to be essentially like the old gods of Omu? Something to that extent.
You would know from your time here in Omu that they're the gods of Omu.
The pieces are just the gods of Omu. There's statues of them littered around Omu everywhere. On the left there was the Jackalai, the Amoraj, the Eblis and the Grungs. And on the right there was the Zoo Monster, the Zoru, the Frogamus and the Kamadan. Kamadan. But there was 8 of them. And York, you said there was 8 things on the door?
Yeah.
There has to be a connection there.
And they were. Did you say they were hovering above like a pit of acid? Each one.
No, oil.
Oil.
Bowl of oil.
What oil?
Oil.
Oh.
It seemed like they were hovering above pits of oil as well.
They're not hovered. They're like connected to like a basin of oil.
Okay.
The statues that oppose each other, are they enemies of each other?
Oh, would I know that?
The message says that the enemies oppose, and down that hallway the statues are opposing each other. It also says one stands between them. You said at the end of the hallway, I assume in the middle, there was some kind of hidden door or some such?
Yes, at the end of the tunnel there was a door.
One
I think
stands
it was a
between them, in darkness it hides. So I suppose it's referring to that. In darkness it hides, don the mask or be seen, we don't know what that means. Speak no truth to the doomed child, the keys turn on the inside only. I would assume that the one that stands between them in darkness hiding in the middle there, the last one, is the doomed child. But I don't know what the keys turn on the inside only would mean, and I don't know what don the mask or be seen would mean.
It makes sense, everything you said. As best as I can tell. I don't know if they're enemies though or not.
Perhaps, you said they were basins of oil. Perhaps when you put the cubes in the door they will alight magically, or perhaps you have to light the oil with fire to open the door. Perhaps if it hides in darkness, then if you were to light the basins of oil with fire, you would provide light, which would then stop whatever is hiding from you. I'm just trying to use my imagination at this point. Does anyone else have an idea?
Well, these creatures, they sound like... You remember when we first met Alvi? And we were going to one of those... well, I don't remember where they were. The place where we found one of the cubes.
Just those temples.
Yes. Wasn't there one of these creatures at the temple? Or at least represented at it, yeah?
I think they've been at all of them so far.
Each
At least the
creature
ones-
at its own?
I think
Or
so,
all
the
of
ones
them?
that we've seen.
So I think that obviously means that each cube goes to a creature. Do you think their placement along that hallway represents something? Like maybe that's where on this door that we put the cubes.
Would I know, Jamball? Like the puzzle cubes, they've got these gods on them, don't they? Like images, carvings.
Yeah, if you look in your...
Yeah, I'm looking now. Gigambis. Oh yeah, that's
puzzle
like
cubes, party inventory, puzzle cube.
yeah. I can see Shigambi's one's got like the Kamadan.
It's puzzle cube. A lot's with one of these animals.
Ah. So we place them opposite, like the statue.
I didn't see anywhere to put them though.
Maybe
No,
we
no,
put them
on
in
the door.
to the north.
On the door.
Yeah, we put them so that the guys that don't like each other are opposite, placed on the door.
But what about the button down the tunnel? That's important.
Maybe
we
that's
have
where the
9
ninth
cubes.
one goes after.
Yes, I think we should figure out which cube doesn't belong to any of these 8 statues first.
Alvy would get the puzzle cubes out of his little bag in his backpack and would just sit them on the ground in front of them, just so that they could try and analyze to see which one doesn't have a corresponding animal there.
And I need to give you mowers as well because
Yeah, we've only got
got
8.
that after.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you have mowers as well.
That one, the last one, isn't one of these animals.
No, it's the Jaculi, isn't it? The snakes had the snake cube.
Hmm.
Yeah, Moa's the Jaculi.
Okay, so what are you doing them, sorry?
I've just sat, what's that one? Obulakas? I've sat the puzzle cubes just down on the ground in front of, I assume, where people might be sort of crowding around a bit to basically just try and see which ones doesn't have an image based on one of the old like Omu gods that we just saw the animals of.
Okay, well you can go down and look. Like, you can work that out yourself.
Yeah, that's what we're doing, I think. Is it this one? And Alvi points to the Obulakas.
Is what one?
I don't think this one is represented by any of the statues down that tunnel. And he points to the tunnel to the east.
What does it look like?
Like an angry bear.
Where can I see these cubes? I can't find it. Oh, sorry. I see.
Yeah.
Isn't that the you described furry thing, didn't you?
Zorbo.
Yeah, that one.
Damn it.
If you
Yeah.
want, you can all like go down and look so your characters can have seen them to make this easier.
Yeah.
What about that snail?
Which one is that?
Look.
Oh! Jamball, you popped up the Legend of the Nine Gods shit, so would all of us be assumed to know that somehow? Like...
Well, yeah, some of you would have learned this during your time here, and sure, you can have passed it on. That's fine. This is knowledge that you could have gotten from being around.
Oh, I think I understand. Perhaps. Well, according to the Legend of the Nine Gods, Unk, the snail, came up after all of the enemies, all of the other animals, were fighting. Their noise drew her up, and then the light from her shell blinded Ubtao and saved Omu. So it would seem that the reason she's hidden here is because all of these statues need to be fighting each other before she will reveal herself. That's why the enemies oppose. So one would suppose that, well, as I said before, something to do with these statues must be activated. Either the cubes must be put in, or the basins must be lit, perhaps, I would posit. And then once that is accomplished, perhaps it will be safe to press the button at the end and reveal Unk.
I understand. Yuck, was there holes in the door for these puzzle cubes?
Yes. They're in a star pattern?
Did they face
Sorry.
each other?
I believe so. Perhaps you would like to come and take another look at it?
We need to have a look. Can somebody watch these?
I will
He
watch the
points-
cubes.
He points to the cube. Oh, sorry.
So what are you looking at?
We're looking at the door again.
Okay. Yep, the door is, as said, It is a slab of worked stone. The edges are carved with grinning skulls. 4 lines engraved at the center of the slab cross one another to form a star, with both ends of each line marking the location of a cube-shaped cavity cut into the door. 8 cavities in all.
Okay. This seems pretty straightforward. We can put them so they're adjacent to each other.
Yes, but one would suppose that if Asarak loves traps and torturing people as much as it sounds like and enjoys games, that if you simply do the straightforward thing and just put the cubes in before we've solved this riddle to the right, you will probably be maimed. That seems unwise.
You don't think putting them in here is the part of the puzzle?
What? Yeah. What if the cubes is what lights up the statues?
It's possible that doing that first does something on the right, but don't you think it's more likely that doing the most straightforward thing in each instance of this tomb is going to result in the most straightforward thing happening to you, which is death?
I don't know.
Well, don't you think it would be more straightforward to try and light the oil by hand?
No, because that requires a leap of logic and some kind of puzzle-solving aptitude.
I think that section on the right is just the indicator for this door. It's just there to tell us how they face each other, that they are the enemies of each other.
Well, after all, Yerk and Alva, you two are the first and second people in line for danger testing and trap detection, so I trust your initiative. After all, I'm just here in the back line. But I
If
do
you
hope I'm
wish-
being helpful.
If you wish, Alvi could step back, and I alone could stand here, or someone else that wants to volunteer if they do. As we place one cube in, that way only one of us may potentially be injured.
It seems
While the
like
rest-
then you would be maimed and we would no longer have someone to test new traps.
Well, I can borrow Kalen's shield, so I will be even more defensive. And perhaps a magical protection spell?
But then you will be very loud when you scream in pain. On the other hand,
Well,
I posit that what could go wrong if you do the puzzle on the right first?
What is
Well,
your
all right,
suggestion?
light a torch and stick it in the oil. See what happens.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't do that. I am what they call an ideas man.
Very, very well. Would you
Would-
like me to do it?
Yes, if you would like to do it, I would not oppose it. It's certainly
Very
worth
well.
a try.
Very well, and Yerk will pull out a torch and some tinder and light up his torch.
Wait 1 second, yeah. Alvi goes up to... we try to go up to both, like Varus and oh crap, I covered his name. Aranis?
Let me, their names on. Can you not see their names?
Yeah, I just blocked it when I moved my character there. I couldn't see that.
Yeah, Virus and Around
Yeah. So have you seen any puzzles like this before? Did you overhear us talking just now?
Yes, we are listening to all of your puzzle solving. We are not exactly, well, my job was to fix things a little bit more directly.
From your experience, though, does it seem like perhaps the puzzle pieces go in the door there? That the thing on the
Well,
right is the thing to tell us how it goes?
I do not know. I guess that is a good leap of faith. It makes sense to me.
What about lighting the oil? Does that make sense?
I guess. I mean, oil is to be lit. I do not know. I am not. I do not enjoy these type of things.
Yes, me either.
If oil is
Elvi-
not to be lit, I suppose what else could it be for?
No, I said that is what oil is for. That you put oil in lanterns
Oh,
and
I'm
stuff
so
like
sorry.
that.
Yes, I meant that as in I was agreeing with you.
I
Oh,
suspect...
yes, sorry.
Oh, I'm
Phil
sorry.
has it right. There's no harm really in trying to light the oil. If it lights,
true.
it lights. And if it doesn't light, then I guess we just try the other thing.
There might be something in place to stop it from being tampered with, but... I suspect it'll light when we put the puzzle cubes in the door, but I'm not against us trying to light it by hand.
And Yerk will nod and resume lighting his torch.
You ready to run out of there, York?
I'm always ready to run from explosion. You'd be silly not to. And can you kind of from here like reach out to like poke the torch in from around the corner so he's got a little more room to run?
Sure. And you can do that, and you put the torch to the oil, but it does not light.
Ha! Nurk will just kind of walk back confidently. The oil has not lit.
Oh, then perhaps it is some kind of special effect and will light as we put the cubes in.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I suppose you'd better do that then.
Isn't that what we said, Jörg? He says in a lowered voice.
It's fine. It's fine. Bill has very good deductive skills.
Could
Thank
you
you.
see any patterns up there, or do you think they just need to be facing their enemies?
I believe they simply need to face their enemy, as the
I
four
was
lines seem to match up well for that.
Would you like to start with these two, if nobody else has any ideas? And Elvis in his hands has got the Grungers and Kamadan.
Do you think you
Your
should
goal,
put them
take
in,
them
in order as they are in the hallway? First the Jaculi and the Sioux monster.
I suppose. I don't know.
Or perhaps it doesn't matter.
We might as well follow the order just in case.
Yes, Elvis puts those two back down and picks up the Jaculi and Sioux monster.
Nurk will take them and head back up to the door.
Elvis going to be looking at the corridor, like to the right from here, whilst he's doing it.
So you put them into the holes, just the two?
Yes. Yes, just the two for now.
And you're putting in...
Jaculi and Sioux monster.
Yeah.
Okay, so Moa and Wongo. Alright, so you put them in facing each other,
Correct.
and that nothing seems to happen.
Are they all
Anywhere.
the way in, Jörg?
Perhaps it will not activate until we've put all of them in?
Yes, perhaps. Here are the next two. Now I'll be kneeling next to him, hands up to like Omiraj and Zorbo.
Okay.
Nurk will take them and...
Don't forget to don the mask or be seen.
What mask though? We don't have a mask. Wait.
Is that wait in character?
I had to, just as I said wait, I had to cancel a phone call as well, sorry. I feel, did someone get a mask, Jam?
What mask?
We didn't find a mask at one of the temples?
There was a temple that involved masks, looking through them. But if you don't have anything in your inventories, that is a mask.
What was the temple, we had to look through a mask?
There was the temple where you had to look through the lion, the vulture, and the boar, and that.
Oh.
Those masks on the wall.
I don't remember enough.
Yerk will place the next two puzzle cubes within.
Okay, you do.
Elvi would have the next two, the Eblis and the Frogometh, ready when he gets back.
Yerk will collect them and go to place those as well.
And then Elvi will bring the next two up. I just bring them up halfway or something. Here are the last two.
Excellent. Be ready. And then Yerk will place the last two.
You place the last two in, and you hear a grinding shift, and you look back up and behind you, and you see a stone slab beginning to descend. And it's beginning to come down over the entrance that you just came into.
Get out
Can
of
I-
there, Yerk!
Can I try and run out?
You can give me an athletics check.
We're now permanently locked out.
The puzzle cubes, as the stone begins to come down, you would hear also a click behind you, and you would see the puzzle cubes get pushed out and fall upon the floor. So either you can pick them up or you can run.
Oh. I'll pick them up.
Okay. Well, you stop to pick them up, and the slab will shut behind you as it comes grinding down. And then the rest of you watch as you see Yerk inside.
Oh dear. It looks like I was both wrong and right at the same time.
Inside where Yerk, you are trapped now. Light has disappeared as the daylight is shut off. As it seals to the ground, you hear a sound, and gas begins to billow out of the relief of the carved skulls. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
This is not how I expected this to go.
Nope.
I thought we had that. I think we can all agree this is Bill's fault.
Yes, by warning you this could happen, I foreshadowed your death.
And you
take
said this would work.
6 points of poison damage and 2 points of acid damage as the gas begins to seep into your nose and you cough as you try to keep it out.
Well,
Can we?
perhaps now would be a good time to go and press that button.
Oh, so we can't move now?
We are going into a loose initiative so that I can count rounds. No, don't add to the initiative list.
Oh.
So this is round 1. If you want to do stuff and talk, go ahead.
Crick will examine the door that just came down. See if there's
Yeah.
anything. Is it just like plain stone, or is there more carvings on it?
It is just a plain stone slab.
Elvie would also run up next to Crick to try and look at it too. Can you see, is it where it comes down? Could you essentially get over the top of the thing that came down?
No, it's like a stone slab down, ceiling.
Oh, okay. Alright.
We could try and pick this up. Although it looks really heavy.
I don't think we can
I don't
lift
know.
that. Bill, you think it has to be the button now?
It does seem like you were meant to do that first before we put the cubes in the door, which is an idea I had, but I was just talking out loud. And just trying to be helpful.
Yeah,
Can I try a
can you hear
different
us?
order?
Yes, you can put the cubes in if you want to. Do that.
The gas comes out twice as hard.
Let's do everybody outside and then Yerk inside first.
Okay.
So what are you guys doing outside?
Elvie's action would depend, I guess, if Yerk could relay what's happening inside.
No.
So we can't
The
hear him.
stone is thick and heavy, and you cannot hear inside. Tick tick outside.
Yeah.
What are you
Elvie
guys
would.
doing?
Elvie, I guess, would, at the suggestion from Bill.
Keep a track of your movement because it is turn-based.
Okay. Do we think it's the button? And he's looking towards the Milan partnership.
We have no
Oh.
idea that Yerk's being gassed, do we?
No, you cannot hear, cannot see, you don't know anything.
Well, I don't know. Kalen, perhaps you should put your shield on and try to yell very loudly to Yerk and see if he can hear you through the slab.
Okay.
Perhaps this is all... Perhaps we have time to work out what's going on. Ask Yerk how much oxygen he has.
Yerk, how much oxygen do you have?
But we're not going to be able to hear him back.
Tell him to knock on the door for... one knock
Knock
maybe
on the
1
door
hour.
for
That is
each
all-
minute you have.
And that'll be enough talking. Now, your actions.
Yeah, Elvie would wait. He wouldn't do anything yet.
Everybody else?
I'm not moving.
Crick? Kalen?
Crick's at the door, sort of just examining the area around it, seeing if there's any, like, I don't know, gap or weakness or something where you could see it and potentially talk with Yerk, or I don't know, just
No,
anything,
no
any sort of
gaps.
thing to it.
Nothing. It is sealed shut.
I'm gonna pull my gun out and aim it at this gargoyle statue, by the way.
Sure. You can do that. Use the pointer, not the...
Well, I just want to make
Draw on
sure
the
we
map.
remember. I wanted it to be permanent.
You can remember what you're pointing at. Alright. Yerk, inside. Roll me a constitution check.
Sorry, check or save.
Save. Okay, you take 8 poison and 2 acid damage. Again, as you begin to put the cubes quickly and hurriedly into the stone face. And you can, I'll say you can get half of them in per round.
Okay, so you just want me to say the order I'm doing them then?
Yeah, you can do that, or write it down would be easier.
Oh, so you said in that first round when we had gotten up next to the new door, like we couldn't hear anything through it, like we couldn't
You
hear
can't hear
gas.
through it. You can't talk through it. You can't hear through it. No interaction through the door.
Okay.
Okay, round 2. Outside people.
I am continuing to do the same thing.
Do you think it's wise we just, I don't know, maybe we should go hit that button?
I don't want to harp on if like mechanically might I know if I ran out because I don't want to waste my movement. If I put my ear to that door, I could hear through it. Like I could hear something, like not necessarily to be able to talk, but
Well, you can see it's a very thick, heavy stone door. So
Is
you
the,
can try, but it
So, is the gas like burning me, or is it because he's inhaling it? Like, can I
you're
hold my
breathing
breath?
it in. You've already breathed it in, so you're affected.
Okay. Okay.
I guess can Crick try and perform a like a perception to see if he can hear anything?
Sure, go ahead. You put your ear to the door and you hear nothing.
He looks back to Alvy and just sort of gives him a shrug. It's too big of a stone. I can't hear anything.
I don't know what's happening to him in there.
He could be in trouble, or he could just be standing in the dark. I don't know. Maybe it opened on that side.
If you can't hear anything at all, he probably doesn't have oxygen if it's that tight a seal. Hey, how long do you think he can survive without oxygen?
I mean, that was a fairly big hallway.
So he's probably got an hour. Perhaps we should push the button. That seems like the only option we have left now.
That
Oh,
sounds
he
like
looks-
a good idea.
like kind of concerned and whilst thinking, and he'll just start walking his way down to push the button.
Come, Beagle.
Do I just walk my way down? Can I get
Yeah.
that far? Or yeah.
You whatever your movement is, it's a round base. So just do your movement where you're going.
All the way down to push the button.
Can you get that far?
Oh, so you mean like in distance? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let me go back. I think I was here. So 30. I think I could get up to it, but is pushing the button an action?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I could get, if I use my action to move, I can get up to it, but I can't push it yet.
Okay.
Can't you use your bonus action to dash now?
My bonus to dash. Yeah, so I can use my movement and bonus action to dash, and then I've got my action to push the button, sorry.
Okay. So you push the button. You push the button, and you hear the scraping of stone.
Coming from where? Oh, I can't move anyway. It doesn't matter.
From in front of you. Oop. And you see the stone lifts and moves and recesses back into the roof. And in front of you, you see another shrine. And this one is a snail creature over top a basin of oil. And on top of it, you would see that there is a little pendant, a little diamond pendant on a necklace that is hanging off of it and hanging down over it.
The Ankh statue is behind this one.
Yes, that seems like where it would be.
There's a pendant here.
And now we're going to go to Yerk. Give me a Constitution saving throw. Alright, you manage to kind of keep your breath held a bit more this time as you fill in the cubes and you push them in, and you see after a moment you hear again that kind of tick tick, and then all the cubes get pushed out and back onto the ground. Okay, next turn. Outside people?
Perhaps you should put the pendant on.
What is the pendant of?
It's just a diamond pendant. So, like a diamond shape.
And it's just hanging on that statue.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Had I seen like a cavity or anything like that, either on the obelisk at the front or any of these other statues with that?
Never mentioned any holes or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Does not match any. Doesn't look like a key. It looks like a pendant.
Okay, so I could just lift the pendant off. It doesn't look like
Yep,
it's
on just on a necklace hanging on the statue.
Okay, I will lift it off that.
Okay, you lift it off, and you have it in your hand.
I have the pendant.
Well, put it on.
But it's on me.
I don't know.
Alvi would put it over his neck.
Okay, you do.
Does my face change?
Not that you know.
Alright, Alvi will come back out. I think I can get... Oh shit. Oh shit. I can get to here with my movements. So is that my action used? Sorry.
No, you have your action still.
Okay. I've got the pendant. And it's obviously on already. Do I look any different?
Not that you know. No one else says anything.
Nothing else happened when I... Did anything happen out here when I pushed the button?
I don't think so.
What about the obelisk? He points at it. Has it changed at all?
And we're going to go to Yerk. Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I should save the cube. We probably just did the wrong order.
Are you picking up the cubes again?
Does the stone look like I could perhaps start bashing through it, like hacking it with my sword? Or does it look pretty solid?
I mean, it looks like solid stone. You can try whatever you want, but it is stone.
Nothing happened in here when you pushed the button, right?
No, the same as everything is as been described. The room is still filling with gas, and you hear the coming from the skulls as more comes into the room, and you cover your nose.
Can I?
This thing. Oh, is it still Yak's turn? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I do a history roll to see if maybe I can recall a hint that I maybe missed?
Missed what?
Like maybe I'm doing it in the wrong order. Like maybe I'm misinterpreting part of the legend, and I can get a history roll to recall it better.
Sure, you can do a history roll. You remember it as it is.
There's not pictures around the specific holes, is there?
No.
I really don't know what to do.
Well, pass.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass.
Okay. Next turn.
Some of it is starting to make more sense. It says the enemies oppose. We see that with the statues there. They're
Yes.
standing opposed to each other. One stands between them. In the darkness it hides. That has to be Ankh. Behind the trap. Behind the secret door.
Yes.
It says, don the mask or be seen. Past that is this necklace.
Yes.
But that,
In the darkness, it hides, which is Unk. So we push the button because we think that the place we put Unk's cube is hiding in the darkness. And then the keys turn on the inside only.
Maybe
I think I understand.
maybe we should light those oil basins.
Hang
I
on.
tried that already.
Kalen, give me the shield.
I'll give him the shield.
Bill wants to yell as loudly as he can through the door. Yeah!
Before you do, roll perception, Yerk. Okay, you will not hear anything, but continue.
Oh, should I say it then, or should I just... Because it's stuff that...
Sure.
Alright, so it'll be... Because it doesn't really matter to the rest of us out here. And Bill will just try again next turn.
Could anybody send him
You
an...
can say it. Say it. I've moved Tubra.
Oh, you moved Jubra? Okay, Bill shouts, Yerk, I think I understand! In the darkness, it hides. The keys turn on the inside only. You should look at the slab that just trapped you. There's probably a recess for the cube for Unk there. It makes so much sense, Bill says, still shouting really loudly into Kalen's face as he turns around about meaning it.
And I'm gonna bring him back.
Can anybody send him a message? Magically.
Did you just make Beagle say it?
Do you suppose that he didn't hear me? I'll try again.
It's a
can't
very
see
big
him.
piece of stone.
Well, can we send a magical message?
And that will be your turn. Any movement or action with the talking.
Yeah, Alvi would just get sort of closer to the door. Oh, yeah. Could use another.
Okay. When you get to there, Alvi, something does happen. You see the pendant around your neck kind of rise up, and it begins to like point in a direction.
Towards the obelisk?
Nope, it points over this way.
Oh.
And we're going to go to Yerk, who needs to give me a Constitution saving throw like every other turn. Okay, so you cough more and cover your face harder, trying to keep the gas out.
Quick question for Whoopah. did you hand me all the cubes, or did you keep the snail one?
I guess I would have kept it.
You didn't give him the snail one?
I don't think so.
I
Like,
think he did.
because I got up and just took the last two over to him.
So,
it's
like, I'm gonna turn and look at the back side of the wall that's closed down. Is there an indentation on it?
Nope.
Okay. That's kind of a good sign. In a way. So the second time Yerk put the cubes in, he got the impression that the gas started coming out more, right? Like it triggered it again?
Possibly.
Okay. So, seeing nothing against the new wall, and not wanting to potentially, like, maybe this will end, and by continuing to try, I'm just hurting myself more, so Yerk's just going to kind of focus on holding his breath for now, and hopefully the answer is outside with the others. Quick.
Okay. So we will, if you're not going to do anything, we're going to skip through a minute, which means I need 7, 8 more Constitution saving throws.
Jesus.
What are we doing in the meantime?
Sorry, was it
over
7
that
or
minute?
8?
8.
78.
You've done 10. Oh no, you haven't, sorry. So that's starting from the 16, right? My mistake.
Yeah, because the 15 was the one I did before.
Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3 fails. Which is 60, 10. Alright, so you take 25 damage from acid and poison. Outside, you guys you talk a bit more and look around, and Alvi, you begin to feel this tugging when you hear the grinding of stone, and this slab begins to rise.
Oh!
And you see this gas kind
Oh.
of fly out into the air, and you kind of cough and step back, and you see Yerk inside.
Was that?
Are you okay?
Never better.
Could I see, like, did it open seemingly because of where the pendant was, or?
No, well, the pendant's not even pointing in that direction.
Alright. Did you make that open, Yerk?
I think the time just ran out, perhaps.
What happened when you were in there? They tried to gas you.
Yeah, the stones all popped out, and then gas started coming in. I tried a different order, and it seemed to just reset the gas. So that probably really just made it worse. What did you guys do out here?
I pushed that button and got this pendant, and it's pulling me over there to the west. I'm going to see what it's doing. And we will start walking to the west, the direction that the pendant's pulling.
Be careful, Alvi. We already know how dangerous this place can be. They already trapped Yerk in there.
Not to go far.
We should definitely follow it, though. Perhaps the secret recess for Unk's cube is over there. Oh, yes, Yerk. When you were inside that chamber, was there a recess for a cube on the slab that trapped you?
I didn't see one when I looked at it.
Oh. Well, I don't understand this riddle at all.
Well, let's go see where this pendant takes us. Maybe we don't got the whole riddle.
Right.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm just walking, Jen.
I'll have some tea when we get back to camp.
Is it still pulling in this direction?
It stopped pulling when you walked away from the obelisk. But this is the direction it pointed in, yes.
Can I do an investigation here
Sure.
to see for like hidden entrances or things, traps?
You around here you don't see anything. The foliage grows very thick on the walls though, and so if when you pull it away you see that there's nothing in this immediate vicinity.
Okay, well, I guess I would just follow along the wall, doing the same thing.
Okay. You follow along the wall. Where are you going to?
I would go north, I guess, like if I...
Yeah, do it with your token.
Okay, but would
So
you
I
say...
can see where you are.
Would you say I started here at the wall?
Sure.
Yeah, alright. I gotta switch Beagle and... So I'd be going up north and then just tracking the wall around north and then to the east.
Okay, you do that and you pull off some vines and some vegetation and you find some more maybe older like murals to these 9 gods, but you don't find anything else.
I would then, I guess, go back the other way. I would go down back south and then start doing it where I hadn't done it already.
Okay. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I gotta move a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Along here.
Okay.
And
you keep doing that and you don't find anything of note.
He would make, if no one was within, he would make his... I mean, is it the same roll if I was to go all the way to the seeable map, like all the way to the west there?
Sure, yeah, you're using the same roll.
Okay. But yeah, I just keep going along.
Okay. As you get to here, you pull aside the heavy undergrowth and you uncover an archway in the cliff face. Stone skulls peer down from the lintel and old bones litter the threshold. And as you pull aside the branches and light strikes the entrance, a swarm of bats screech out from within.
There's a cave entrance over here.
Crick will come running over.
Mind your step, I only went along the wall here.
You said there were like bones and stuff at the entrance?
Yes. You can see that there are little bones and animal bones and dinosaur bones.
Is it like a hard threshold where the bones are, or is it sort of just scattered all around the place?
Just scattered about.
Okay.
Can I see that wall that's there? From back here?
As you pull that aside, you can see down there. You can see there's a slab of worked stone, and it blocks the overgrown tunnel. It's about 20 feet from the entrance. Grinning skulls mark the edges of the slab, and in the center of which are 9 cube-shaped cavities arranged in 3 rows of 3.
Great.
This one has 9, it looks like.
Wonderful. Dibs out. And Yerk will hold his cubes out for someone else to take.
Oh, but Yerk, you are the point man of our endeavor. Remember?
Yes, Bill is right. This responsibility, I cannot pass it along. That would be dishonorable. Thank you, Bill.
That's okay. Am I being
For your-
helpful?
Very helpful, Bill. Thank you.
Oh, good.
What
Yerk will take his hand back, but still hold an empty hand out to Alvi. The 9th cube, perhaps?
Yeah, can I have picked that up?
You still
Or
have
it? Okay,
yeah.
yeah. Alvi would hand it to Yerk, but like would still be looking at the door in the cave. What kind of pattern did you say? Like all the 9
3 rows
holes
of
are
three.
in?
3
Sorry?
of 3.
Like a keypad.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Hmm.
This one doesn't
I
seem
would-
as straightforward as the other, in terms of
No.
having them facing each other.
Because, yeah, what would the order be? It would make sense that the ninth one would probably go in the middle, as it stands between them. But what's the other order for the other 8? And who's to say there's not another entrance that we haven't found yet? If there's already one hidden here, maybe they're all tricks.
That's a good point.
Alvi would keep going to the west, looking for any other like hidden passages.
You don't find any.
Okay, and then in the same manner, he would check over in the east, like the eastern kind of wall as well.
You don't find anything there either.
Okay, to which he would come back.
Doesn't seem like there's any other passages.
Perhaps if I'm to be putting the cubes into this wall, I should be the one wearing the necklace.
Yes, that is fair enough.
Yeah, you would take it off and just put it on your. Oh, I don't know. You could reach. He'd give it to Yerk or put it on Yerk.
Oh, yeah. Helpful suggestion. If the same thing starts happening
Yes, Bill.
again, try to escape.
Yes. My mistake was in trying to save the cubes. I see that now.
Wait, this pendant. How do we know it's not magical? I mean, I guess it was floating a bit, but
I mean,
Would you
clearly
like me?
it is magical.
Would you like me to identify it?
could you?
Oh, I mean, it's something I could do. I'm not the best at it, but I hardly think we have time to go back to the Artificers Union right now. Well, that's settled then. Why don't you hand it to me and I'll identify it?
You're cool.
Perhaps I will be
Gently
able to
toss it over to Bill.
Perhaps I will be able to sense its name, such as the pendant that should not be trusted, or Asarak's false line pendant.
You identify it and get an aura of divination magic from it.
This pendant has no name. It has given me an aura of divination magic, though.
What does
Ah,
that
yes.
mean?
It has divined the true door.
So I guess if I detect magic on that magic, it's not like malevolent magic. They're just like, I can't really tell much about it.
It's divination magic. Like, that's what you detect.
Okay.
It seems like it's pointed us here, but we still don't know what kind of order to put the cubes in.
So just to be
Oh.
clear, by the way, like, I used identify the first time, not detect magic, right?
Yeah, that's fine. You identify it as a divination, a pendant that has a divination enchantment on it.
Okay. So I can't tell what spell? Like, it doesn't work like that?
No.
Okay.
Are the skulls you were talking about, Jamball, are they in like the roughly the same spots on this door as they were on the other one? Like, does it look sort of like the identical thing, or do they look like they're in a different spot in the hallway or somewhere?
Yeah, they look pretty much the same, except for this door has 9 cube spots.
Okay.
Ah, yes. While I was trapped in the other door, I tried the second pattern. I followed, instead of the statue, I followed the order that the gods are named in the legend.
And did that do anything?
Yes, the same thing as the first time. But as we're seeing now, is because the door we were trying
It was the
was a
wrong one.
trick.
Well, I think no matter what we do, the 9th cube should go in the middle. I would guess that the gods that oppose each other should go across from each other, if that makes sense, with the 9th cube in the middle of them.
Oh, yes, like the star.
Yes, like the first god and its opponent should go in like the top left spot and in the bottom right. Does that make sense?
That can't work in a 3x3 pattern.
Yes, it can.
Yes, it can. And you just keep rotating.
Yes.
Oh,
You
yes,
can
it
put
can.
One in
diagonally
the
oppose them.
top middle and the bottom middle.
Yes, you're right. Good enough
I
for
don't
me.
know if that's the only thing I can think of with them opposing each other, I guess. But I still don't know if maybe it doesn't even matter.
Well,
How are you feeling, Yucky? You all okay?
yes. I found a second wind about me, and shall be ready to go in and try this, hopefully true door.
Is Yerk actually damaged? Like, has he lower hit points?
I took
Yeah,
damage, yes.
Yeah, he took damage.
Do you think you'll survive it again if it gasses you this time?
Oh, yes. Verily. Especially since I will not be, foolishly trying twice.
I will do it for you, Yuck, if you don't want to do it.
No. As Bill has kindly pointed out, I've decided to be point man, and therefore shall be the man at the point. Isn't that right, Bill?
Yerk,
Yes.
do you think you're quick enough to get out if another slab comes down?
Oh, I was quick enough last time.
But you didn't get out last time.
Because I turned around for the cubes. I said that was a mistake already. I acknowledge that, and will not do it again.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Okay.
Will...
Let's take a quick break, get a drink, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be right back to put the puzzle cubes in the door and see what happens this time.
Okay.
Beer.
Nothing
Sure about
bad
that.
could possibly happen.
Alright, I am back.
Same.
Same.
Cheers.
Yes, well, no one's dead yet. That's that's good.
We haven't achieved anything either, though, so it's kind of like a dead to achievement ratio. It's still at a 0.
Well, we found the other door, so we'll chalk that one up as a win for the good guys, right? Take it where we can get it.
Mm-hmm.
The moment we started, I clicked with me about the darkness thing. I was like, I'm gonna turn around and see the 9th hole. And fucking Whoopah's gonna have the goddamn key. And I'm just gonna die in here.
That would have been solid.
All right. Well, who are we waiting for? Just for Kaylin
I think so.
and Alvy? Yeah, so yeah. That was good. I mean, Aranis was helpful. He rolled a nat 20 on his history.
Yeah. That's good.
So you learn a bit more about Asarak. Sorry,
Yep.
Sirik. I always say the name wrong. I believe we're just waiting on Whoopah now. You're back, Bolt.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we can start, and Whoopah will catch on as he's not directly involved. So, Yerk, you go to the door. And how do I can't drag the pictures out. That sucks. How do you do the cubes? I don't know what that means.
That would
So-
be the order I place them in.
Well, they're in rows of 3, so why don't you just do 3 and
Oh.
then space and then 3 and then space, left to right.
Do top to bottom. I guess it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter.
We'll do left to right because that's how I read it.
So you want 1, 2, 3, line down 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay. But is it? Sorry, I thought it was 8 around, and there's the 9th one is directly in the middle.
It's 3 rows of 3. There are 3 holes, like
Think of a
keypad.
keypad
Yeah, it's just a keypad.
or your numpad on your keyboard.
yeah, 1, 2, 3, and it goes in 3 rows, just like that.
Simple geometry.
3 by 3 grid.
Okay. So then I'm going to do.
I love the idea of everybody is standing outside watching him too. Poor dude.
It's great.
Just poke him with a stick inside. You do it. In you go.
I'm back.
He volunteered.
That's right.
That is true.
And he's very brave.
As Yerk begins to put the cubes in.
Yerk, if the door falls, remember to run.
That is the grid I place them in.
That's how you place them. Okay. I'm just checking things.
Put enemies on the opposite sides of Unk from each other.
What's it?
I put Unk in the middle, and then I did the enemies across from each other.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's the only thing that really
Yeah.
makes sense with the warning.
You place in the cubes, and you feel a crackle of energy. And the 9 cubes begin to flare with light, and then they disappear. Growling like an angry beast, the slab begins to slide up and into the ceiling.
Haha! Yerk has done it!
Great job, Yerk. Look, another
Yerk
door.
will confidently turn around and just put his hands on his hips proudly as he waits for everyone to come up.
Do the cubes stay in that door as it goes up and away?
They disappeared.
They disappeared.
Oh shit.
The cubes have disappeared, so hopefully we do not need them
Another
anymore.
slab blocks the hallway 20 feet beyond the first door. You can see an iron lever is set into the door's surface with a graven skull leering down at it from above.
This might be the second half of the warning. Don't the mask go be seen?
Well, what's the mask?
Maybe the necklace?
I don't know if that's a mask.
It's an abstraction.
Does the mouth head thingy look like it could be worn?
No, it's a skull. It's a stone skull. Like
That's
it's
stone,
crafted.
Is there anything in or around that skull? Actually, no, don't get close to it.
Does the necklace seem to be reacting to this room in any way?
No.
So do I go in?
Did anything happen out here?
And Albie would take a few steps to the right to see if he could see.
You
Like-
see nothing different.
Okay.
Crick's gonna go check on the other door just to see if anything changed as well.
Okay, you can run over and do that, and you would see that it looks the same.
This door over here didn't change. I think it's got to be over there somewhere.
Perhaps,
Hey,
perhaps someone should wear the necklace, tie a large rope around the lever, and then pull it from outside the chamber.
well, I've got
I mean-
rope.
But we might need to be standing in front of it for it to work.
Yes, but the process of elimination has never hurt anyone.
Well, can divination magic, that can also hide things, right?
No, I don't think so. Can it?
Aren't any of you, isn't someone out there magic? Like, one of the
You would know
elf
that-
guys?
That magic users like Bill and probably Kalen would know that to hide stuff is more illusion. Divination is the opposite of that.
While they're doing that, Jamball, did anything changed on the right hallway with the statues as well?
No.
Over here? Okay.
So, do we think the necklace is the mask or not?
Probably.
I don't
It
see
is
what
the
other
only
choice
information we have.
I mean,
Let's go with yes. But just to be safe,
Okay.
why not pull the lever remotely with a rope? Then nothing can go wrong. After all, traps
Okay.
are not sentient. If you outsmart the traps, they cannot kill you. We must simply not do the most straightforward thing, which is to die.
so
we
I'll
like-
go in and tie a rope to it, come back out, and then pull it.
Yes, that seems very wise.
Which spot is the lever in?
It's on the door.
Excellent. So then, with a 50-foot rope, I can come all the way back out. Correct?
If it is 50 feet.
Okay. So I'm gonna stand here and investigation check first.
Okay, go ahead. You see the stone is quite undisturbed. It's a bit dusty, and there's like a little bit some bugs, some cobwebs. The usual for stone locked areas.
All right. So Yerk will go up to tie the.
Okay,
Rope
as
on the
you enter, and
Oh.
you get halfway.
And he's wearing the pendant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you reach the midpoint of this corridor, the skull's jaws creak open, and a skeletal hand holding a crystal hourglass-style timer emerges from within. With a click, the timer rotates and sand starts to trickle into its lower globe. 10, 9,
All right. I'm gonna
8.
rush forward and just pull the lever.
7. Alright, you rush forward and you pull the lever.
No time for rope.
The lever.
Perhaps you should leave, Yerk. You're doing the most straightforward thing right now.
Okay, so you pull the lever, and the door splits open amongst the seam. And as you see it begin to split open, you feel the ground beneath you begin to disappear. Give me a dexterity saving throw. Ooh, very nice. You hang on to the lever as tight as you can, and you feel that the ground opens up beneath you, and you are now hanging by the lever above a 20-foot drop. And as you look down, you see spikes tipped with some kind of malicious black, oily substance pointing up at you.
Oh, you see the rope. The rope would have prevented that. Are you okay?
I'm fine for now. I fear the timer would not have given me time to rope and get out anyways.
How do you know the timer would have done anything bad?
As Yerk dangles from the lever.
Well, perhaps the timer was telling me how long before the floor faded away.
Maybe we should get Yerk before we have this conversation.
Maybe the timer
Was the door
was
still
simply
opening?
intimidating you into doing a rush decision.
The door is still open, yes.
So is
Aldi,
he...
do you have rope
Can
to
I-
throw to him?
Hang on, wait. So he's got the rope? He's still got the rope, doesn't he? He was taking rope with
He
him.
still has the rope in his
Yeah.
in his hands, yeah.
So, like, if I grabbed the rope from here, is that too far to... Why did that not... Is
Well,
that too
sorry,
far...
like, how is the door continuing to open, or it stopped at where it is?
It is opened. You're holding onto the lever that's connected to the door, which is now opened.
So I can like swing myself into the next hall?
You can try to pull
Can I-
yourself up and swing yourself in.
Yeah, so that I'm not dangling over the spike pit.
Yeah, give me a athletics check. You can do that. You pull yourself up for grunt and pull yourself onto the stone floor.
Alright. Before we take any more steps, perhaps we should discuss what's happening right now. Are we open to that?
Of course.
So, it would appear that so far, 2 for 2, that this appears to be, and thanks to the great information from the Milans, that this is some kind of game. As Kalen also said, right? It's some kind of game to Asseract.
Yes, it seems like he's trying
yes.
to kill us in horrific and confusing ways.
Ah, yes. But it appears there are rules, and also that he doesn't want to just kill us immediately. Otherwise, the gas would have just kept coming out and killed Yerk in the other chamber instead of stopping after a minute.
Yes, they haven't made it impossible to get through it.
Yes. Otherwise, the lever wouldn't open the door. So we can assume that every time we face something, the purpose isn't necessarily to defend the tomb from us getting in, but it's to trick us and inflict malevolent jest upon us.
It's to see if we can overcome it.
To keep the
believe.
stupid ones out.
Right. So, when we see something like the timer, we should probably just back up and see what happens. Because, according to those rules, if you think about it, there isn't going to be anything in this tomb where, if you mess up, it just locks you out of the tomb forever. Because then he wouldn't be having any fun, because then we'd all go home and go, oh well, and then he'd be like, no, I'm not enjoying this anymore because no one's being tortured. Right?
Yes,
think
then
that
he
makes
also
sense?
wouldn't get to eat your soul.
Yes.
Well,
That's an
I'd like to
important
also
thing
point out,
remember.
Bill.
Sorry, you were saying, Mr. Milan?
That is an important thing to remember.
Yes, so we shouldn't feel rushed. I believe that was a mental trick. The timer came out to trick you into making a hurried decision, even though we had just discussed that we shouldn't just pull the lever. We knew what the trap was, but he knew that we would know what the trap was, and put an extra dimension in to trick you. So we must not be tricked by the second trick. Do you understand, Yerk?
Well, I'm the one in the tomb.
So you think that every step has got a trap, but every trap has a reset. So
I
you can
think-
just back up.
I think we shouldn't look at this as a base with defenses. I think we should look at this place from the perspective of the person who designed the tomb. Cruel and with a dark sense of humor. We should
It's
look
a
at
cruel
every
game.
Yes, exactly. We should look at every room thinking of it from that perspective. What would be the most if we had a twisted sense of humor, what would be the most nastily funny thing that could happen to us if you didn't care about us dying and in fact welcomed it?
Well, it would be a horrific death or dismemberment.
Yes.
He wouldn't care about locking us out. He wants us to come in and die.
Yes. So, for example, of this room, wouldn't it be funny if you pulled the lever, but pulling the lever also opened the floor? It's kind of ironic if you think about it.
So based on that, the floor should come back up soon.
Maybe, but
Well, I mean, I suppose it's not locking us out. There's ways to get across that pit.
Can you reach the
As
lever
you
from there,
look-
Yerk?
As you look, you see the skull has replaced the timer with a different one. There's more sand in it, but it is ticking down. Give me an insight check, people, not Yerk. Crick, you can easily tell that this timer is more approximately around an hour timer.
hmm.
Can you reach the lever, Yerk?
He was hanging off
I
of it.
believe I can, yes.
Yes.
Maybe you could put it back to its other position.
I think that would just close the door.
Do you think? Maybe the floor will come back.
Hey, how about this? I could try and close the lever. If the floor stays open, well, I have my wings.
It's a good point.
Well, does one of you have a rope? Perhaps throw an end over to me. I'll tie it around the lever, then pull it. So if it does close the door again, you can use your rope to pull it down again.
You still have your rope there, Yerk.
I still have mine too.
If the floor comes back, we can just walk up and tie a rope to it.
That second hourglass thing. That's probably about an hour now. I don't know if that's when the floor will come back or if the whole thing will reset.
Just so I understand, isn't Yerk's rope still like half of it, the other 25 feet still over where we are? And then the rest is still with him? Like he's still got the end?
No, I
No,
was going
he
to
was-
tie it and then walk out with it.
Yeah, so it was. Oh, okay.
So
So,
he's
you
not-
still had
he
it.
wasn't
So I have the
trailing it.
whole rope.
Okay,
Perhaps we have an hour to complete the tomb. And if the time elapses, the whole tomb explodes into flame or something, and then resets, as Crick said. Perhaps we should wait outside for an hour and see what happens.
I mean, I guess we could do that. I'd probably get a good time for York to recuperate from his wounds.
Yes, Yerk needs
as
some
you
rest,
said
to continue
before,
being
it's-
point man.
It's not going to blow up. Where would the fun be in that for him?
I
Still wonder what will
suppose.
happen when that timer runs out.
Yes, an hour does seem rather long.
It might just close the door. Although...
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to wait. Or we can just proceed on, cavalier, without caring what the timer means.
Guess we can wait. What time it is outside's not going to make any difference for us in there.
Jamball, how long did it take for us to get from the main camp to here, would you say?
Not very long, 40 minutes.
Okay. Well, if we do decide to wait, maybe some of us could go back to the camp and see if we can get more people here. To form a sort of small base camp just at the entrance. That way we could have more supplies in case we need them. Or maybe specialists we could talk to.
Well, you're pretty fast, Crick. You could go and do that.
I could, if we want to wait.
I vote for waiting. Patience is a virtue.
Well, if we do wait, we should get York back over here.
Is there something you could tie your rope to over there, York?
Is there?
This room, this corridor that you're in, is a moss-covered corridor which extends beyond the second door. Tree roots are hanging from the sagging ceiling, and the air reeks of rot and damp. Ahead, a bas-relief carving of a bearded devil's face adorns the wall. At a T-shaped intersection, the devil's open mouth is a well of utter darkness.
I love those.
I mean, this wood's just kind of full of rotty smells, so I fear it wouldn't be able to hold my great weight.
Why don't we
But I
use
could
pitons?
try if we...
You know, pitons, climbing equipment.
Do we
Yeah?
have climbing equipment?
I do.
I have some, but I
Yes.
don't know if York does.
I do not. I'm not much for climbing in this heavy armor.
Well, Crick could fly it over to him.
I could do that.
Yes, why don't we just piton in some ropes into the wall in front of the door so you can climb over using the wall and the rope?
Well, if we're going to do that, why don't y'all just come in and we continue?
Because we're waiting to see what the hourglass does.
But I thought the soulmonger is a time-pressing matter.
Oh yes, but time is relative. For example, waiting 1 hour while alive is meaningful to continue living. Once we're dead, of course, time wouldn't matter at all.
But we're already here.
Yerk seems to be voting that we should continue and press on. What do the rest of you think?
I don't mind. I see sense in both ideas. I would rather go forwards, though.
I think pressing on would be good.
Well, if there are none others opposing, then I suppose democracy will rule.
I don't think it's going to blow up. Like you said before, where would the fun in it be for him?
Then what do you think it does do?
I think it would just reset this part of the entrance.
Why would it wait an hour to do that?
Because it's difficult to get across. He will have fun watching how we do it.
Perhaps one of us should remain out here to reopen the lever in case the door shuts on us. Unless... Yerk, is there a lever on the other side of that door to open it from the inside?
There is not.
We could
No,
still have
no
me-
lever here.
I could still try and just close the lever and see what happens.
Yes, why don't we try that?
I like that idea.
Okay.
Or we could
Well-
add more sand to the hourglass.
I think if I do that, try that, everyone should stand back, just in case.
Yes, I will stand back, quite happily.
Oh. Here
And
goes
around this
nothing,
corner.
right? Crick will take flight and step into the abyss and fly over to the lever.
Okay. Yerk, so you step back from the door as well?
Yeah, I'm going to take one step back from the door.
Oh no.
Okay. As you step back from the door, you hear a click sound. And
Like a friendly bird, right?
The necklace. Oh.
Oh no.
give me a Constitution saving throw. Okay. So, oh, how lucky for you. So you take 7 points of damage as a dart. You feel a dart shoot into you, and a couple of others clatter against the wall and dissipate, turn to dust. And you can see the one as you look down at your leg. You see it, and you feel the poison kind of go through, and you cry out as it pierces you. Then it turns to dust as you have stepped back.
Oh, Yerk, watch out for traps!
Yes, ow. This one is most pestering.
Are you okay? What
Yes.
happened?
I stepped back as requested, and it was a mistake.
Friends,
Well,
I don't mean to be rude, but perhaps Yerk is not the most competent for the point man position. Should we consider electing someone else, or see how he goes in further delving?
Who's he saying that to?
Just the
assume
group
you?
here.
Oh.
And
So everyone but Crick and Yerk.
Well, he found the traps that we can now avoid. So in a way, he did his job well. Yes?
Well, until he finds one that kills him.
Well,
Oh, well, that makes sense.
it seems like it would be better if we had a point man who didn't set the traps off. It seems that so far, out of 3 traps, Yerk has set all 3 of them off. Which, if competency for being a point man in a dungeon was rated on how many traps you set off, would make him amazing.
Other than this one, I don't think there's any others that we wouldn't have not triggered.
Well, I mean,
Well,
that's...
what traps might he avoided? I mean, that's something that we might not be able to tell.
And as you
mean-
guys can continue that in sidebars, now we're going to go to Crick, who is going to fly, I assume. Tell me what you're doing, Crick.
yeah, so Crick is gonna... He's not gonna hit the leverage yet, he's gonna fly closer to Yerk, but still staying above the pit for now. And he's gonna talk to Yerk, like, trying to figure out what exactly happened. So, did you step on something? What happened?
I just got hit by a bunch of little needles, but they all disappeared.
From where? Don't move. Don't move. Where?
Behind me somewhere. I was
Like-
looking towards you. I stepped back as requested.
Where on your body?
And then-
Low to the ground? High up? Where?
Low, my leg.
So, maybe dart traps at like our leg level? Can you see anything on the walls? Don't move when you do this. Just, do you see anything?
Well, if I don't move, I'm just looking at you, Crick.
I mean, don't. You can like duck down, but don't move your feet. Stay where you are. While Crick is talking, could I also make like a sort of perception/investigation check without actually going into the hallway to see if I see maybe like holes in the wall where darts might have flown out, or like a pressure plate or anything?
Yep, roll me an investigation. Not really. You don't really see anything. You see, like I said, there's moss covering everything, and there's tree roots that are hanging down. It's very difficult to see much of the natural stone and stuff.
I can't really see in there too well. Do you see anything?
Yerk will turn in place. He won't step forward. He'll just like turn 180, trying as much as possible not to move his feet. And then he will also kind of look around, see if maybe being deeper in he can see more.
You already rolled one, right?
Oh,
For this room? But you can roll again with disadvantage.
It wasn't for this room. I don't know. I
Yeah, I think
wasn't
it
sure
was
where.
the room I was in. Was the last
Then you
investigation.
can-
Yeah, I
roll.
rolled for your Crick's room, but I don't know if that roll.
Okay, you can
Comes
roll
to
for this
this
room. No, it's each room is different. Each corridor, each room is a new roll. Okay, so you look around where you are, and you pull some moss off of the side of the stone wall, and you do see little holes. There's little holes in the wall where the dart came out of. And as you look down at your feet, you can also see that where you have stepped, the stone you have stepped onto, it looks to be a pressure plate that you've pushed down with your weight.
Ah. The moss hides darts and pressure plate.
Ah, so it is trapped, obviously.
Yes, so we will have to be more diligent in looking for those.
Yes, we'll have to step carefully. Well, Yerk, if I just realized if I pull this lever, it's probably going to close the door on you. And that makes me a little nervous. Are you sure you
I
don't want
will
to come
not
back
move.
across before I do that?
I will stand very still. I feel it is safer than moving in any direction right now.
Yerk will, or not Yerk, Crick will turn back to the other party. Are you sure you want me to do this? If it closes the door, I mean...
It might be a problem if we need to be wearing the necklace to pull the lever.
That's what I'm worried about.
If it's on...
I want to wait an hour, but the passage of time seems to be more of a concern to some of my race than others.
If we're going to close the door, we're going to have to get the necklace from Yerk. We need to be able to copy exactly what happened when he opened it. He might be throwing away our way in.
Yerk, do you want to hand me the necklace, just in case?
Yerk will pass the necklace to Crick, I guess.
Okay.
Crick will put it on over his head. Okay.
Also, put it in inventories as well for whoever's got it, is keeping it and does have it, so that we know where it is, doesn't get lost, people don't forget.
Okay, what do you want me to call it?
Just call it the diamond. Just call it Unk's divination pendant. Or Unk's pendant is fine. I don't know if I even spelled Unk right. Anyway, yes. So you have the pendant and you put it around your neck.
Okay, he does that, and then he sort of takes a deep breath and pulls the lever in the opposite direction that it was pulled.
So you pull it back up.
Yes.
You pull it up. The hand inside that has come out of the skull, it retracts back in as the door comes closed and shuts, and you no longer see Yerk beyond.
But the floor doesn't come back up?
The floor, once the door is shut, the floor, you hear a tick, 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 and you see it kind of come back up and settle again.
Ah. Well, that solves that.
And the hourglass?
What about the timer, Creek?
No, the timer is gone.
Okay.
It all went back to normal.
As you watch the eyes glow again, as Crick turns to you, as soon as he moves, the eyes glow again, and an hourglass comes out, the very quick one, and it turns over, and it starts to go down. 10, 9.
Crick leaves the
8.
room.
Okay, so you fly out.
Yeah, I fly out to here, still hovering above the ground.
Okay, you fly out, and it counts down, and as the last grain falls, you hear a click and a tick, and then the door opens up.
Ah.
But the ground doesn't drop away?
The ground does not drop.
Crick
outside-
goes back into that room.
From inside, you see the timer come back out, the hour-long timer reset.
So the timer
So
is
that-
meant to scare you, but what happens if you don't have the pendant?
I don't know. Do we want to keep trying?
I think that timer here is just for this door. We have an hour till this door closes again.
It's possible.
Hmm.
If we have an hour, then we should start going. Or we should... well, we gotta do something.
Well,
Our options are still forwards to see what we can do, or we have to wait an hour and see what happens when that hour-long timer runs out. I want to go in.
I think Alvy's right. I think it is going to be an hour until that door closes. That would make sense.
can we open it without the pendant?
I guess we could try.
Is there a lever inside, like where Yerk is?
Nope.
Yerk, do you want to leave the room and then see if we can open it without the pendant?
If it can be opened without the pendant, then I suppose I'm fine with going in now.
Yerk. Yerk!
Well, it's already open.
I guess what we're trying to do is see if the door does close on us, if others could come to our aid later on. If we need to leave the pendant with them or not.
Yes. Otherwise, we could
I guess-
become trapped inside, which would be amusing to him.
Just a little bit more experimentation, I think. And then we should be able to make our decision.
Yes.
So you want me to come back out?
At least for now, yeah.
Okay.
Step into this room too, Yerk, so we're just one person in there in case something bad goes, or something bad happens. I guess I can try the lever again, but I'll give the pendant to Yerk this time. And then Yerk, you just stay here with everyone else. And as he says that, he'll take the pendant off his head and hand it to Yerk. Is that are we in agreement with that?
Was he asking
Sounds good to
everyone?
me.
Sorry?
Yes.
I'm asking if you guys agree with me taking the pendant off and then
Yeah.
trying the lever again.
Yes.
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 Okay. Here we go. And Crick will once again go into the other room, still flying, and then pull the lever.
Okay, you pull the lever and you hear the and the floor falls out from beneath.
Looks like you need the pendant or the floor is gonna fall out from underneath you.
So the 10-second timer didn't come out. Wait, no, the
Well,
door's
the
still open, wasn't it?
door was already open.
Yeah. This is just to reset it.
Right.
We need it to go back to normal, like it's going to close if that does close after an hour.
Yeah, right, because he's got to put it back up again, and then it's got to...
Oh yeah, I didn't move myself. Sorry.
I'm on board. I figured it out. I'm smart.
So should I pull the lever again, or?
Well, the lever is down at the moment, so what are you doing? The floor is down, the leather is down.
The door is open or closed?
Open.
And did it open when I pulled the lever, or has it been open the whole
It
time?
was open.
It was already open.
I'll pull the lever again to see what happens.
You pulling it up?
Yes.
Okay, you pull it up, the door begins to close, and the floor comes back up. The timer goes away. The moment you move within the room, you see the eyes of the skull glow, and out comes a 10-second timer.
I will leave the room and wait for the timer to go down.
The timer goes down to 0, the eyes stop glowing, the door begins to open once more.
Okay, looks like we don't need the pendant for that.
Well, then I suppose it's safe to go in.
And the hour timer begins again.
So then maybe someone should stay out and let the main camp know what's happened so far.
Yes.
And get some more people here. There's enough room out there that they could set up a small camp.
Yes, we need this progress noted down so that the entire camp doesn't lose track of our exploits if we, I don't know, happen to be trapped inside this tomb for eternity. We would need someone to come and help us and do what we did.
Azaka, do you think you'll be able to make it back to the camp on your own?
I can make it back to the camp, yes. But if this other door is to close, and she points to this one, we will need to regather the cubes, because that is how it was opened in the first place.
Yes, we don't have them anymore. They disappeared.
Yes.
I guess perhaps they went back to the temples that we got them from?
So, it is not going to be just a simple task of retrieving and opening the door by pulling the lever, if the other door is to close.
Well, we've been talking about this for 5 to 10 minutes, surely. Has the hourglass gone down in all the time that we've reset it, or does it go back to an hour every time we do the lever? Or I open the door, I should say.
This one resets, yes.
So it's
She's
back
talking-
to a full hour?
This one, yes.
But so is there another hour
There's no
hourglass?
other, there's
Yeah.
no other timer.
So when you say this one, there's only one hourglass.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But I'm just making sure you realize it's on this door.
no, I get
Yeah.
it. But if there's no timer on the puzzle cube door, then why would this door shut? If the timer isn't for the puzzle cube door, then this door shouldn't shut.
Azaka, perhaps when you go back there, you could get the flaming fish to send someone to where one of the other puzzles was. And if they've been sent back there, then that's how it'll have to be opened again. You'll have to get them all over again.
Yes, we will have to put people onto that as well. But I am simply saying that with other things going about the camp, it's... well, we will attempt to do so. But it might not be exceptionally fast.
Well,
If you go within the tomb, you might be stuck there alone for a little while.
If we're not
That
going
is
to
all
find
I
out,
am warning.
if we're not going to find out what this timer does, perhaps we should also leave someone. Well, perhaps when you get back, someone should be in charge of resetting this lever every 50 minutes.
Well, if the lever stops the first door as well, then it can be done. But I cannot get back to camp and then back to here and do it both.
She cannot
The
get
two
that
people
in
would
an
have to
hour.
stop.
Well, how long would you need? We can just keep
It
resetting
is
the lever.
40 minutes to get back.
Well, let's just tie a rope to that lever so that people can pull it without needing wings, so they don't fall into the pit.
But then how are they going to put it back up?
We need a pulley system. We need to run the rope along the roof so that you can pull it up. And then another rope tied lets you pull it down. We
We
can
still
use...
do not know that this will stop the first door from not closing.
Oh no, we don't know what it'll do at all, but I assume it will be something bad. And there's no harm in setting up a system.
Crick, since you are by that door, Crick and Yerk, give me a perception check. Okay, that's good enough. Crick, you would notice as she's been talking about that door, you would look at it and look up at it, and you can see that it is very, very, very slowly just very slowly coming down.
Which door?
The first door.
Oh.
Ah, yes, this door is closing. I don't think that our timer is when the door closes. It's when the door will be fully closed.
Well, if you reset the hourglass, does it reset the progress of the door?
You haven't seen this door go up, if that's what you mean when you've been pulling the lever.
But they only just noticed it, right? So maybe...
Well, if it was going up, you would notice it because of how much it has already slowly closed.
I think we're just wasting time.
Yes, I don't think it matters. Once we're in there, we're exactly where we need to be.
I agree.
Hmm.
I
Well-
still think one of us should go back and let them know what has transpired.
I agree. Azaka, are you still willing to do it?
Yes, I can do that if that is what you want me to do.
And then bring people back here, though, to try and set up some kind of little camp here.
Whether they do that or not will be up to them, but I can inform them that this is what you want them to do.
I think that's a good plan, at least. At least get that part of it rolling.
Is there anything around we could do to prop this slab door dropping? Is there some stones or something we could pile up that would stop it from falling down so it doesn't close?
The door, the first door.
The door that's slowly dropping from the roof, right?
Yeah.
Could we gather some big stones from outside so that it can't go down?
You can try. It is very thick and heavy.
Mm-hmm. But I assume, it's coming down, I assume unless it's going to pulverize other rocks to dust, that we would be able to prop it up with some kind of obstruction that's strong enough.
Well, you can attempt to.
Okay.
But keep in mind, it is also magically inclined, so... You know?
How long would it take to attempt it?
Well, I mean, if you want to wait to see if it breaks them, you would have to wait till it gets that low, which would be about 40...
Well, it depends how tall the obstruction we find is, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to find... The only thing as tall as you guys would be, the obelisk.
I'm guessing we can't move that.
You could try.
Hmm. I mean, how's it fastened to the ground, the obelisk?
It's just a stone obelisk that's sitting upon the ground.
Can we try and move it?
You can try and do whatever you want, yeah.
Oh, let's not mess with that thing.
Well, I mean, it's like problem solving, right? I don't think if I was Acerak, I'd expect anyone to move my warning obelisk.
It's got dark magics.
Well, I suppose that's a no for moving the obelisk then?
Well, from Elby anyway.
I think we simply need to continue forth. Perhaps defeating the tomb will ensure the door remains open.
Sorry, I'll use my arrow keys. I want to go try to push the obelisk or try to lift it.
Okay. So it is very, very large. So you're just one person. This is a huge, as you can see, the area it covers is very large. So on your own, you can easily tell as you try and push against it that you do not have the strength to do it on your own.
Could I tell with multiple people we could move it?
You can tell it's not fastened to the ground, if that's what you mean. But it is a stone obelisk, so you would need
All of us?
the strength to do it.
Maybe if we tied ropes around it and dragged it over?
It could help, but you would need considerable strength to do it.
What do we think of this idea, everyone?
Well, if we can even move it, it'd be nice not to get trapped in there.
Yes, getting trapped seems like something bad, and, if I may say, straightforward.
Don't want to mess with that thing. It has survived there for this whole time.
So,
Try touching it, Bill. Tell me what you feel.
I touch it.
You feel that same dark energy.
Yes, it feels quite malevolent.
We can try moving it if you want, but I mean we are messing around with the unknown. But I suppose everything is unknown, so I don't mind.
Great. Let's tie some ropes about it and get some real leverage going. Who else would help me try and use this as an obstruction to keep the door from closing on us?
Crick will help. I think if we get all of us over here, we could potentially get it done real quick.
I believe we should simply stop wasting time and continue on with the tomb.
Well, in what I've learned of, normal healthy relationships, it's important to have compromises. You want to go into the tomb without caring about being trapped, and I don't want to be trapped. This is like a compromise. We're both doing something we don't want, but also getting something we do want.
But what are you doing here, Bill? That is not what you want.
Being trapped inside the tomb for all eternity.
Okay, but what if the evil thing inside the obelisk gets let out because the door breaks it?
That is a what if. And perhaps if there is an evil thing trapped inside the obelisk, it is simply misunderstood and will instead be angry at Asarak for trapping it inside an obelisk for centuries. Perhaps it will tell us how to solve the tomb. If I was trapped inside an obelisk, I would not be pleased with whoever put me in there.
But you might be bound to do what it wants.
I mean, I suppose that is possible, but at this point we are simply talking about what ifs. What if I am bound to do what the Soulmonger wants? You would never know.
Well, that's a mighty heavy obelisk, and I wish to preserve my strength for the trials ahead in the tomb.
Well, whoever will help me, I would appreciate it.
I don't want to move that.
Well, I guess can the four of us move it?
So the vote is 3-2.
Same
It would
order.
seem, yep.
Roll
guess
a persuasion with advantage. Bob,
You mean Bill?
Bill.
Nah, it's Bob, fuck it. Bob
Okay.
makes the tiebreaker.
The three, the elf Azaka and the two elves and Azaka will also help you. And that should be... What is your strengths?
My
13 from
strength
Crick.
is 13.
13. Bob's?
Plus,
Bob is 20.
Kaelin?
a dozen.
Fuck.
It doesn't.
Noon.
What the hell?
A couple sixes.
That means 12.
Yes, and only 12.
That's
Okay.
right. Well, unless
Um,
Kaelin's a baker, then it's 13.
So, you set about putting ropes around it and getting ready to pull this obelisk along. As soon as you tighten the ropes and call that it is ready to do, you hear the sound of like woof, and you look up to see the gargoyles sweeping down towards you.
How many
Roll
gargoyles?
your initiative.
Fuck.
3.
I think no matter what we do, bad things will happen. So we should
Are
take that
me and
into
Alvi
consideration.
also rolling?
Everybody's rolling. It is combat.
I mean, unless you being opposed to the idea means you're also going to look at the gargoyles and be like, no, I don't believe in any of that.
Nice
Well,
initiative,
well,
guys.
To be
I don't
fair,
think...
I am the point man, and those are in the back, so I would be abandoning my post if I came to...
I don't think it'd be that they wouldn't believe in it, but they... Yeah.
It's definitely an I told you so moment.
Well, I mean, I told you
Two
not to
of
put the fucking
annihilation.
cubes in the door too, but I didn't drag you through the mod on that one, did I?
You did a little.
Literally,
You pointed it
literally everything we do is gonna have a bad consequence, so we just need to remember that.
I think the point is, even the right choice is the wrong choice at all times.
Yes.
Yes.
Even the right choice will
We'll
try
just
to
kill
kill
these
you.
gargoyles, and then we'll use their bodies to help prop the door up with the obelisk.
Shh. Yeah.
Maintain their structural integrity.
Well, I
Just to
guess
be
now we get
fair,
see
Bill
how
did
Milan's
point out
work.
that he said not to do something with the puzzle cubes. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a. I told you.
I did, I do love the sort of the fact that it's a puzzle, so you can outsmart it, but then he's put in these sort of referees, the gargoyles, who are like, no, you're doing it wrong! You're not allowed to touch that! No!
Okay.
That's not part of my game.
That's not part of it.
It's not your puzzle, it's
Virus.
Azarak's
You
puzzle.
Virus. Come on, let's get on with this. So, the gargoyles swoop down. Virus, he pulls a spear that he has strapped to his back and prepares himself for when they attack. Crick.
Okay. Crick will fly up. Assume these things are still up above us right now, correct?
Yes, they were 30 feet above the ground, so we will say that they are 20 now.
Okay. So Crick will fly up 20 feet. And then forward 15 feet, so whatever that would be. And then attack the middle gargoyle. The one with the two wings. I guess the one in the middle. No.
One in the middle.
Yes, I will simply attack that. And then... Yeah, okay, that's what I'll do.
Okay, go. We'll do that then. Move yourself in and.
Thank you. So that, and then I'll use a key point to 2 more attacks. And then I'll disengage back away from it.
Your quarterstaff is a normal quarterstaff, right?
Yes.
But your flurry of talons counts as a.
Magical.
Oh
Okay.
god.
Because of
And
my
when
fists.
you move, you don't provoke opportunity.
Not with the one ability I have, so no. If I use
Okay.
the flurry of blows,
Make
I
sure you
do
put
not.
the flying symbol on yourself with the
Got it.
height that you're on as well. So the quarterstaff wasn't magical.
Quarterstaff was not, the fists were, or talons
Okay.
were.
All right. Well, you do smash into it as it begins to dive towards the ground, towards the people around the obelisk, and you don't really see much of a dent upon the stone you make with the quarterstaff as you crack it on to it, as it kind of beats its wings forward in its determination going forward. And you scrape at it and punch it and stuff as it goes past, which has minimal effect. Kaylin.
Alright, Glenn's gonna whip out his chain and just kind of pull it up to him and say a prayer, and kind of out of nowhere, you hear kind of a discordant chorus of kind of angelic voices that kind of sound extremely mournful, and he's gonna cast Toll the Dead on the injured one.
Okay. Wisdom save. Nothing.
he makes
the
that.
gargoyle does not even acknowledge what is happening.
Yeah, not all on my turn.
One of them's injured?
Alvi.
one
Crick
of-
just hit it.
It didn't injure it though, I don't think. Didn't it, like, not do anything?
Didn't not
The
do anything.
quarterstaff didn't seem to do a whole lot, but the punches seemed to.
Oh, okay. Like, they seem to have actually had a pretty good
It's-
impact?
The punches left marks upon the stone, yes.
Okay.
Obi will. I mean, can he see that one from here?
Sure, it's flying down. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if he's got a line on it between that tree, he will.
I would say you can't shoot it
Why not?
because there's a cliff here in the way. Like there's shit in the way.
Okay. Is that not just going up from that point? I took that to be a slope, and then the white stuff was the hard wall.
Sure. Go ahead. Sure.
Okay. As a reflex, he will cast Hunter's Mark on that closest one. And then dropping to a knee, we'll loose one arrow whilst getting Beagle to sit. Or advantage.
Okay, your arrow from your bow sails forward and does hit the gargoyle, smashing into its body and carving off a chunk of rock.
I gotta do the +6, sorry. Oh, yeah. And Beagle will hold his action for if that, or if any gargoyle comes within range.
Okay, give him the spanner.
Spanner.
This gargoyle changes course and flies straight towards Crick. And it is going to attack you.
First one misses.
Alright, it tries to latch onto you in the air and you kind of twirl around each other, and then it lashes out and its claws slash down you, doing 4 points of damage. Yuck.
So I'm using my movement to come up here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna slash down at this
You
gargoyle.
cannot, it's 20 feet in the air.
Oh, it's 20 feet in the air. Are they all in the air?
Yes.
Okay, well then I will drop my longsword and shoot it with my crossbow.
The bolt springs off of it, hardly. It doesn't even notice, it kind of just tings off of the stone. Anything else?
That'll be my turn now.
Okay, this one dives towards Azaka. It will attack her. And she very deftly dives to the ground and out the way of it. Uranus draws his short sword. And he will go to his husband's side and hold his action. Bill.
Bill's gonna come over here and he's gonna shoot this gargoyle with his gun. Blat.
29 damage.
I blat with
You
my gat.
You smash your thunder cannon blast a huge chunk out of it, like it almost breaks off one of the wings and cracks it straight down the middle, but it doesn't quite. The crack runs down it like you would imagine an ice sheet. It runs down it, but it doesn't quite split.
Almost.
And they're pretty strong. That's 49 it's taken now.
Well, you'd expect a stone gargoyle to have more health than we do.
Zaka pulls out her scimitar. Oops. Well, now yeah.
What?
And attacks it. But again, the stone, it kind of bangs off the stone, doesn't really do too much. Bob.
Bob's gonna come here. Can I stand on the obelisk tiles? No. No?
No.
Okay, so Bob's just gonna come around and take a dodge action next to Bill.
Okay. This gargoyle is going to dive down to here. They're both going to take their attacks of opportunity. It's going to attack Varus. And Varus will also hit it back with his spear. And now it is Varus' turn, and he's going to attack it again. And then it will be Crick's turn.
Okay. Crick will put his... I guess technically I'll just drop the quarterstaff to the ground, so it's just a stick. And then he'll fly... Actually, hang on. Is the one gargoyle next to Azaka on the ground, is what you were saying? Oh, sorry, this one.
So, what about it?
Is it on the ground, or is it still flying
It's
at
on
the
the ground,
same
yeah.
height?
If it doesn't have a flying mark with the symbol, it's on the ground.
Okay, never mind. I'll just drop the quarterstaff to the ground. And then I will punch it 4 times. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, that's the first strike. You don't just need to do
I
one.
don't need it. Okay.
Just one strike. You see the crack as it's come down its chest and across its body, spidering out and around. And with one powerful punch, you punch it straight in its center of its chest where the crack is spreading, and it just shatters. And all of those cracks break apart, and it turns to little tiny pieces and drops to the ground.
Nice.
Okay. Could I use my movement to move up to one of the other gargoyles and then continue attacking?
Yes.
Do you want me to re-roll, or did you use those?
No, that's fine. You can use those.
Okay.
So the big critical. So that's 11. 11, 21. All right. You come up behind this one as Azaka tries to fend it off, and you just bring your fist down onto the back of it, and again it shatters underneath your powerful strikes. And that was the first 3 done.
Crick catches a piece of it in his hand and crushes it. Like a fucking Jet Li Kung Fu master.
Sure, the piece that you hit it, the spot where you hit it, you grab that broken piece and then crush it. Do you want to continue your movement to the last one?
No, I'm good for now.
Okay, so that's it?
Yes, Crick's turn.
Caitlin.
Alright, so he's going to move over 2 spaces to the right, and then do the same thing he did last time to the remaining gargoyle.
Okay, and wisdom? Yes, wisdom. Oh, 20, the big damage. You see, what was the sound?
It was like discordant angels.
You again hear the sound, and this time you see the gargoyle kind of flinch back, and again these cracks begin to show within its body.
And that'll end my turn.
Alvi.
Okay. both Albie and Beagle are going to be surging forwards. Albie, sorry, is going to get to this point. Oh, hell, sorry. I think 15 there, and then at 30 there. All whilst Beagle is charging at it. And Beagle gets there. Albie springs up and switching his bonus action, switching his Hunter's Mark to it, fires an arrow. Oh, that shouldn't be. That's 5.
Lucky that it's not within 5. Your arrow sails over harmlessly the group as they fight.
Good lord. Seeing Obi take that shot, the goal knows that was his cue to bite. Good lord.
And he does, trying to get a hold of this stone creature, but it is stone, so...
And then he will bite again.
Okay, and again he tries, but he can't quite get a hold of the creature.
God damn. That's my turn.
Yuck. Yuck.
Yep. So Yerk's gonna run up, and he's gonna try and grab this remaining gargoyle so it can't fly away.
Where did he stand?
Grapple? Oh, the big grapple. It cannot beat you. So you grab a hold of it, one hand grabbing its wing and the other hand grabbing its arm as it turns, and it's screaming, agonized face. It's not actually screaming, but it's twisted into a scream as it looks towards you.
Cool.
I don't know if it makes a difference. He's standing on Beagle there, I think.
Yeah, you can't stand on Beagle, so you have to stand. One up.
Bill. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Bill.
Stop keying that up. Jesus.
Sorry.
Beagle's vaping hard.
Bill, come over here and shoot the gargoyle.
I think he says he shoots the gargoyle.
Bang! Fuck.
That is missing within 1, so... let me roll a 1d5. And that is a Yerk, and shoot again to see if you pass Yerk's AC. Which is 17. Oh, you don't just... Anything else?
But it's within 1.
Yeah, you gotta do it
Oh
again.
my god, it just keeps ricocheting.
No, I'm good.
Chain reaction. Azaka will turn. And scimitar it. Bob's turn.
Bob come, bop, 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 and he dodge.
Gargoyle's turn, who's going to attack Yerk. And you take 5 points of damage as you are holding its wing and its arm, it just brings its mouth down and bites into you, trying to peel you off of it. In narrative, not in actual. Crick.
Quick takes flight with a eagle-like scream, flies over and punches the gargoyle again. More punches, more bird screeches.
Do it, do the scream.
Give me a second, I gotta get into it.
Give us your anime yell, kid, as you kill it. Tell us what you do.
Yeah, so Crick takes flight after crushing the previous gargoyles, like a bit of it in his palm, flies over the rest of the party, and then comes swooping down
with his I guess his foot talons, and he like kicks into it, breaking the gargoyle. And as he does that, he lets out a karate master eagle screech.
Crick's
And
drunk.
it crumbles to dust beneath you.
And he does that thing where like he's like straining his arms as he flexes, or whatever the karate masters do. I don't know.
Mike drops the
You're the
dusty-
karate master, you tell us.
Well,
Varus and Aranis check each other over and then say, "Oh, well, I guess they didn't want us to move the obelisk."
well, now that they're dead, we can continue. If they don't want us to do
Yes.
it must be the right thing to do.
Well then, we have the ropes all set. Shall we continue?
Yes.
I still don't think we should move that.
Well, the gargoyles didn't think we should move it, and look what happened to them. I think we're on the right track.
If we can kill our opposition, they must be wrong.
Yes.
Come here, Beagle.
I suppose I shall help.
The sooner we get it done, the sooner we can move on to the tomb.
Okay, so the main group of the party begins to pull the ropes to topple the obelisk, then to drag it. Is that the plan?
And then we're gonna... Are we gonna be able to push it back up once we get it there?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay, sure.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, we're gonna try and, because we're obviously not gonna be able to lift it straight up, so we'll probably have it sort of topple over. I guess if we could do that slowly, so it doesn't like shatter.
How tall is it? Once it topples over, it's our size, right? So once it topples over, we should be able to pull it back up again, yeah? If we can drag it.
Possibly. Okay, so you pull...
Can we... Wait. If you said possibly, well, I mean, can we move it without pushing it over then? Can we just push it along without toppling it over?
No, you could not drag it standing upwards. Definitely not.
Okay, sure, then that's what we do then.
You'd have to topple it over, then drag it.
Sure, let's topple over the obelisk that's labeled First Warning and drag it over to the door.
Yeah, what could go wrong, right?
What could go wrong? Alright.
Oh no.
You topple the obelisk, and as it begins to fall and hit the ground, it releases a cloud of black smoke
Yeah, Yerk hasn't had enough of that.
that then manifests itself into a creature.
Oh,
God
good.
damn it.
A guide.
We need to stop doing everything.
This creature... This creature stands tall and it lets out a shriek. Its face is a combination of pig and bestial boars and all types of things. Little wings come out of its back, and you see it shriek as it turns its eyes toward you all.
Hello.
Reroll your initiative.
God damn it.
I'm guessing Nalf Eshni doesn't want to talk then? Alright, but after we kill this, we can drag the obelisk over. And then we're gonna go put the obelisk up, and then we're gonna look, and like 20 feet away in the jungle, there's like a perfectly fine stone that was just as tall.
Why didn't we cut down some trees?
'Cause trees would break.
How far
Who's
into the
got
tomb
time
did
for
you
that?
guys party wipe? In the tomb.
We unlocked the optional boss. As Chat has
Yeah,
put it.
we gotta clear all this stuff.
Yeah, I like Chat's take on this. This is the stray demon. This is the optional boss. We're getting extra loot. We know
That's a
this
good
dungeon.
point.
We've
Extra
read the book.
experience. We're trying to level up beforehand.
We smart.
Yeah,
I
we're
like
just
how-
trying to get all the loot drops.
I like how Bill is thinking outside the box so much, he's found another box.
So did LVC... Can we start now, Jam?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can start.
Did LVC Bill try to talk to it?
You would
Like-
hear Bill, I guess you would... No, you wouldn't even hear Bill say that, because it just lets out a shriek and then looks like it's going to leap towards someone.
So it just straight up looks like it's going to attack off the bat.
Yeah. It looks very aggressive, very angry, very upset.
Fuck. Well, yeah, I'm gonna... It's on the ground?
Yeah.
Alright. Elby, whilst kneeling, is going to whisper a command to Beagle. Beagle sets off, charging at it, but keeping as quiet as he possibly can to where he gets to next Yerkish. And then once in place, Elby, from kneeling from as far back as he can, lets loose a really low striking arrow. And switches his hunter's mark to it whilst Beagle is getting in place. Damn.
Your arrow kind of you see it kind of land, but then the creature just kind of turns and like snaps it off and throws it away. It didn't really do anything.
Oh, he broke it.
Yep.
Dick. Beagle, seeing his cue, rips into its leg. Should I just do it twice? Because he's obviously gonna
Yep.
he's gonna
If you're
attack twice.
attacking twice, do it twice. Yes.
Yeah. E.
Okay, so he does try to grab a hold of it. He can't seem to pierce the creature's tough skin too much. But you do see that he kind of trips it up and it is prone.
And that's my turn. Done.
Virus is going to let out a cry of surprise. He's going to step back to over here and he's going to shoot at it with his longbow. And this is going to follow his lead and do the same. The demon.
It's a demon?
Rip and tear.
Oh crap! Is it?
It is a demon, yes. It is very much a demonic creature.
How tall is it?
Stands up, very tall.
Like 5'6".
It looms over Yerk. It stands up and lets out another shriek. Now I have to see what it can do.
Could it hold up the door for us?
Okay, it is going to strike at Yerk. I believe all of those hit. So
Yeah, I believe they do.
so 28, 16, 13. As it leaps forward and just like starts to claw at him, ripping his skin up with his claws and tearing chunks out of him with its teeth.
Jesus.
What do attacks when you're unconscious? Do they do anything extra? Because that third attack, I'll be unconscious before he hits me.
If you go down, the third attack won't hit you. He'll redirect that to Azaka.
Did he just lose movement for being prone, or
Yeah, it's half
Okay.
movement to get up.
right?
So I'm at -6 right now then, from that second attack.
Don't go negative, you just go to 0.
Oh, whatever.
And you are unconscious. So, yeah, give us a death saving throw on private to GM, please. Bill.
Bill, shoot? Is there a way I can shoot him so I don't risk hitting other people because it's so big?
If you're shooting into melee, you risk hitting other people.
Even though it's 4 tiles?
That's, yes.
Alright. Fuck. I'm gonna just shoot it anyway, because otherwise I'm not doing anything.
Okay, well, you have to move because you're behind the obelisk at the moment.
I'll come down to here.
Okay.
Is there... Nah, I guess. Like, is there any way from looking at it if I can tell how easy to hit it would be? I'm just weighing up whether I should sharpshooter it or not.
You can see that its skin, it seems to be tough and leathery.
Okay. Ooh, ho.
That is a miss.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
Kaylin.
Okay. I'm gonna do my whip crack, and I'm gonna drop a spiritual weapon next to it,
Okay.
and make an attack in a moment.
Alright, that hits it. The whip strikes it across the back and it lets out a squeal. Almost bestial, piggish squeal.
Cool. And then I'm gonna toll the dead.
Oh, do a good job.
Whip that pig. No, 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 no.
I need 6 damage.
Sweet.
And again, it lets out another squeal. Anything else?
And nope.
Crick.
Crick will he'll no, I'll stay here. I'm gonna punch it twice and try and stun it and see what happens after that. And then I'm gonna use Stunning Strike, which should be a DC 14.
Does it do extra damage as well?
The Stunning Strike does not, no.
Okay, so Constitution. Unfortunately, you do not stun it as you pummel it in the head and it tries to bat you off of it.
Okay, I will follow it up with 2 more flurry of blows and I'll back away.
Okay. The first one, you again strike it in the head, then it pushes you off and you use that movement to fly back away from it. Azaka is going to see Yerk go down. And she's going to reach into her bag and she is going to drop. You see her quickly kind of open a bottle and pour some contents into his mouth. And you regain 6 hit points. And come to consciousness. She also then, you see her form begin to shift and to change.
Oh. Haven't we already met this guy?
No, this is a different guy.
Get it?
Ooh.
Ooh.
And you see her form turn into. She begins to her body gets thicker and harder, and her teeth begin to lengthen, and her nose, her face lengthens as well into this cat-like tiger form.
Bob, be stand down here and do nothing except take dodge action.
Oh, is that alright? How will we just do the same that he tried last time, with a slight difference? It's a normal attack. Which I assume that misses.
That does indeed miss, and it is within 5, so you have to roll again.
Fuck it. Alright.
But both of what's his name? Beagle's hit.
Have I stuffed that, sorry, by rolling those before rolling this attack again? Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Doesn't.
Well, theoretically, that 25 probably should have been for this.
Not really. Let me roll a 1d3. Oh my god, it's Yerk. Oh, you don't hit his AC though.
Jesus.
Okay. And so strength checks for the demon, which it fails, and it is prone again.
This time Beagle is he's gonna step back a little bit from it this time after ripping into it.
Okay, he does take an attack of opportunity.
No, he doesn't, because he hit it.
Does he not get attacked if he hits things?
Yeah, it's what's it under? Mobile? It's under the mobile feat. When you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of the turn, whether you hit it or not.
Dear.
Very good.
Well done.
First attack your. That's awesome. I didn't know about that.
I did a thing.
Pick the feat for him. Okay, so yes, and he moves back. Varus will shoot at it again, shooting a prone target. Gives you disadvantage. Doesn't hit a companion, that's nice. Neither does he. The demon gets back up for squeal. And it looks around at the rest of you. Yerk hasn't had his turn yet, so he's still on the ground. Oh, I'll let that pass as unconscious. And it's going to leap towards you, Kaelin.
Okay. Is he gonna make his attacks again?
He will. I'm just going to do a Zarka's attack of opportunity first.
Does the whip get an attack of opportunity?
No.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's disadvantage because you're prone.
He just like swipes at its foot off from his back.
I'm gonna warding flare the bite.
Okay, so that's with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll miss.
And then 2 attacks with claws.
Both will hit.
Okay. That's its turn as it starts to pummel into Kaelin.
So if I try to shoot it in range, I get disadvantage because it's in 5 feet of me?
Yes. Also, you
Yes.
have a level of exertion, Yerk. And it is your turn.
So that would include trying to grapple it, yeah.
Level 1 is disadvantage on ability checks. So yeah, grappling is a ability check. You have to take it off Whisper as well. So you try to grapple it, and it doesn't even notice you as it's trying to rip Kaelin's head from its body.
I'll try again then. And I will fail you. I'm gonna action surge and just attack it regularly twice.
Are you considered flanking it right now?
Flank is a house rule we're not using.
Is it not? Okay.
We are using it, but you have to be directly behind it.
Oh, are we?
Yes.
So I would get advantage if I move behind it?
If you move behind it, yeah.
Oh.
Is your sword magical? Doesn't matter, didn't hit.
Yes, it is though, for the future.
Bill. Anything for your bonus action, Yerk?
No, that was my... I believe action surge took that up.
Alright, Bill.
I'm going to cast Magic Weapon on Bob.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell? I have slots, so I didn't put it back up. And then I'm just going to move behind him without disengaging. So he will get to opportunity me.
Yep, you can run under its swinging arms as it wildly tries to claw at Kaelin.
Okay.
If you're moving past it like that, you will get attacked of opportunity.
Well, I have to get away from base to base contact in order to not have disadvantage, right?
Yeah, then you're getting an attack of opportunity.
Yep. Ouch.
So you cop a claw as you try and duck under its arm.
It makes a nice clanging noise. And then I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot him in the butt. How wounded does he look from the...
You don't get advantage on range, though, for flanking. It's only melee.
Okay. Well, I still need to get away from disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
So, how wounded do we look from the light attacks that have hit him so far? Anything at all?
It is bleeding quite a bit from some of them. Others not so much. Like, where Crick punched it, it seems to have, some bruises and some cuts from that, and it looks quite painful. The bites that Beagle tried to put on its legs don't really seem very effective. He couldn't get through the...
Okay.
So it's a bit half and half.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot with Thundermonger. Bang. Which is a magic weapon.
Okay, so 23 damage?
Yes.
Alright, it lets out another squeal as you thump it in the back and it turns to look at you.
Yes! Wait, no!
I mean, sorry.
Kaelin.
Alright, I'm gonna reach into my pocket, mutter a word, and then kind of take a sip from a little flask and cast protection from evil and good on myself. And then I'm gonna make a melee attack with my spiritual weapon.
Okay, and your spiritual weapon does whip it again.
Was the
And
sip
that'll
from
end my
that? Was that sip from that flask part of that spell, or is that like just a
Yeah.
drinking problem?
No, part of the spell.
Ugh.
It's a it's a small like little clear flask that looks like it just has water in it.
Crick.
Where do I need to stand to be behind it for flanking?
It is facing Bill at the moment, so you would need to be where Kaelin is.
Okay. Could I fly above Kaelin and still occupy the same tile and attack it?
Sure.
Okay, I will do that. I'll say I'm like right there or something. And then I will punch it a whole bunch. Oop, let me roll that twice for advantage. So that should be one attack, and then I'll roll the rest of them.
Wow!
Mm-hmm. Oh, gee.
Wow!
I imagine the pig fat of the belly just sort of echoing around like a wave as you hit it.
Eagle screeches.
Damn, 40's nice.
It is clearly super angry about that. It doesn't like that at all as it squeals and then it turns towards you trying to grab a hold of you. It's
Yeah.
still your
Can I
turn.
use the rest of my movement to fly up to one of the cliffs behind me?
The cliffs are like 500 or something high.
Oh, okay.
So no.
Can I use some of that movement to fly towards the cliff and maybe get out of its range?
You can definitely fly upwards, yes.
Okay, I will do that.
So how far movement do you have?
Let's see. I can fly, when I'm flying I can move 50 feet, and so I say I moved...
You move 20 feet.
Say,
So you
yeah, I'll
got
say I'll
30
move
feet up.
30... Yeah, so 20, 30 feet up, okay.
Jamball, can you give us an example of some of the very angry noises you said it was making?
I don't know.
That's exactly what I wanted, thank you.
Damn, he mad.
Wow. Or hungry, I couldn't tell.
Zaka is going to leap towards it.
Oh dear.
Bob.
Bulb will move to here to flank. And then Bulb make attack with magic. So he has advantage?
Yes. No, because it wets now. Yes,
Oh.
yes it does. Yes, he does. Because he was facing Crick.
Bulb make a magic attack!
Big damage. Alright, and as it begins to beat its wings to follow Crick into the air, it begins to lift off the ground, and you see Bob just kind of leap forward and bury his Wolverine claws into the sides of it in like almost as if he's rock climbing and stab his way up until he gets to the neck and then just shoves it into the neck, and you hear it again give out a kind of noise, and then it falls to the ground and they fall entangling together with Bob rolling off, and it is dead.
Oh!
Jesus.
I was not expecting it to be dead.
No.
Great job, Bob.
I think Crick is definitely the MVP there.
Nah, definitely not crit.
Pretty sure it was Yerk.
Pretty sure it was the whip. Can we
Its
all...
body begins to dissipate into some black tendrils of dusk, and it disappears.
Is there anything left of its body or the dust, or does the smoke just sort of dissipate?
Dissipates.
Well, now that that is over, we can continue to drag the obelisk. Was it guarding anything? Is there a hole?
You see Azaka's form change back.
Can I touch the obelisk? Just
You
to see
can.
if the feeling is still there?
The feeling is no longer there.
I think that was whatever was occupying the obelisk. The sensation's gone now.
Perhaps that was Asarak. The obelisk does say, I, Asarak the Eternal. Maybe we should ask people if their souls feel better. I mean, mine does.
I don't think that's. I don't think it's.
You
gonna be
guys
that
fought a
easy.
lich before, right? Did he have any of the same powers?
It didn't look like that.
The lich we fought used magic.
Yeah, it seems like a different kind of beast to me.
Well, if it wasn't guarding any sort of treasure or some such. There's nothing underneath the obelisk? Some kind of den?
Well, we haven't moved it yet, have we?
You've toppled it over, it's laying on its side.
Gotcha.
So there's nothing underneath the spot where it was?
No.
Well, I suppose we'll continue. Heave ho!
What did you do then? Elvi asks Azaka.
She kind of wipes off her hands, where you can see some blood. Not only her, like there's green. My God, red blood from her, but also that kind of black, icky blood that you would have seen coming from the demon. And she looks up at you and she says, "What do you mean?"
You turn into a cat.
I did not turn into a cat.
Then what would you call it?
I would not call it a cat. That is a little bit insulting.
What did you turn into? You turned into something.
It looked like a jaguar.
The jaguar's
Yes.
a cat.
Well, it is something that I do not feel the need to tell people or to talk about very often, unless such times when I feel that it has to be shown.
How did you do it?
It is part of who I am. I am a shape changer. I am a were-tiger.
Yeah.
You've been able to do that your whole life.
I was born this way.
That is amazing. Can your whole family do that?
My family, they can all do that, yes. And it is part of the reason why I am not with them no more.
Did she just say,
What?
did she just say they can't do that and that's why she's not with them?
She can. They
Oh,
can.
They can. And that's why she's not with them? Because they can all do it?
That's what she said.
Why could you not stay with them if they can all do that?
It is not something I wish to talk about right now. It is not the time or place. Yuck, it appears that the demon hurt you quite bad. Are you okay?
Ah, nothing I haven't been through before.
Yes, well, I had to use my last and only potion that I had with me, and I am glad I did.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps we should continue on?
Yes, heave ho! Thank
Are
you,
you sure that
Azaka.
is a good idea? I mean, look at Yuck. He has been ripped up by that creature. Would it not be best to let him recover? What if we do something that sparks something else?
You mean a third line of defense for moving the obelisk?
We do not know exactly what we are getting into, and we have already caused this man to nearly be dead. If I was simply to poke him with my finger, he surely would fall over and would not get up.
Yerk, why don't you hide in that bush while we drag the obelisk into place?
Nonsense. I'm the strongest person here. I'm gonna help.
You are very wounded. It would be wise for you to rest, friend Yerk.
Ah, I'll rest after we move the obelisk.
Well,
What
Yerk has
more could
decided.
possibly happen?
Yes, I agree
Wow.
with Yerk. It would be ludicrous for there to be a third line of defense against moving this obelisk.
How far down
I
is the
don't-
door now, Jam?
About halfway.
Is that too low to fit the obelisk into it now? If that makes sense.
Roll me a 1d4 on an odd it is.
Alright.
Or 1d2, whatever, doesn't matter. Alright, so yes, but you could lay it down.
Yeah, and then we can
Okay.
just crouch under it.
Yeah.
We will have to be quick! Oh, he's gonna jog back over to try and help now.
I think no matter what we do, we should stop underestimating this place.
Oh,
I think
I agree.
everything we do will have some sort of negative consequence, and we should be prepared.
yes, I agree with you, Crick. We must completely overestimate this place.
Crick, you should rest. Or, not Crick,
Uh-huh.
Yerk, Yurk, you should rest.
Can rest after we move this. We don't have much time. It's already quite closed.
Heave ho, everyone!
Alright, and together you drag, and it is quite hard. Everybody grunts and sweats and strains because it is a very large, very solid piece of stone, but you will be able to, with all of you, drag it in there. And you would be able to lay it down on its side beneath where the door would come down. I imagine you would be laying it.
Lay it with enough space so we can get around it and pound to the
Yeah,
door.
I imagine like that. Is that what you guys are imagining?
Yeah,
Are
we're
you-
laying it underneath, yeah, to try... Oh, I didn't see you dragged it over. Nice. Yeah, laying it underneath so that it's propping it up.
Yeah.
Physically, anybody who knows how this kind of things works, would it be stronger to put it under the middle of the door, under the crux, or on the side? The side would be better, right? Because more...
Well, the side would give us more room to get through it.
But also
The
to
side's
make sure
gonna-
the obelisk doesn't crush.
The side would have less crushing power than
Yeah,
the middle of the
so
door.
the side's
Yeah.
good.
Really, we should be... If the obelisk is short enough, we should be laying it the same length way as the door, so there's as much door being stopped by obelisk as possible.
But then how do we get through it?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
fit
then-
Well, that's what I'm
It's
saying,
blocked
is I don't
from the
know
door.
if the obelisk is too tall for that it would block the whole
That's a
doorway.
good
It's-
point.
But, like, if it leaves enough of a gap for us to squeeze through, then that would hold the door better.
Yeah, could we do that, Jamball, or would it end up blocking
Where
us?
do you want to put it?
So if we put it long ways, would that block us from getting under it once it stopped the door?
Long ways, like that. Like that.
Yeah, would it stop?
Yeah.
Like-
Well,
Oh, is
the
that an
door-
accurate height?
Then the door will... Well, no, because if you put it long ways, then how are you going to go
Yeah, how do we get
underneath?
That's what we're asking.
That's what we're
not
saying.
Sure how tall
Yeah,
it is
we
or how
would.
much
It would.
We're not sure how much
it
it
would
tapers
block
off.
the door.
Like we're not sure what shape it is.
It's probably... let me see if it says how tall it is. It's definitely going to be too long. There's definitely going to be more than 10, though. I think it's 15. It is not said in here, so I'm going to say 15.
Okay. Could we put it on like a slight diagonal where there's room for us to crawl under, but there's more surface area of the obelisk to take the door's weight? That's
Like
like our
that?
ideal. Yeah, I guess we can't put it in the room because if we trigger the floor, it'll fall down. So yeah, I guess that's the best we can do, right?
I mean, I feel like we're probably being too complicated with this. Just
Yeah.
if you put it
Just lay it straight on
just
the
in the
side.
door.
Just lay it straight on the side.
Like that?
Yeah, just push it up against the side so it's got the side pressure, not the center pressure as much as possible. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Acerat calling.
So, like that?
Yeah, I think that's good. What do we think, guys?
I'm content.
Okay, so then what are you doing? Are you going in? Are you waiting? Are you watching? What is the plan?
I guess we're watching? I don't know.
Well,
Well,
if
as
we're
you
gonna
decide.
if we're gonna stay out, I could fly back to the camp and see if we can get more help here, or at least get more people here to start setting up a closer base camp, I guess.
And Yerk does need to rest.
I simply need to not be at the front, I think. We should stop wasting time, though, I feel. We've dilly-dallied around this entrance enough. We've come here for a job.
Oh, but Yerk,
Yes.
we're about to see if our obstruction works.
I think now.
I do not
you're-
care if it works or not. I'm quite frankly tired with delays.
Friend Yerk. Oh, you please speak first, Crick.
To be fair, we've already seen how dangerous this place can be, and you are no longer at your peak health. I think we should rest. It's not worth rushing in if it gets you and all of us killed.
Yes. Friend Yerk, you are what appears to be a mighty and brave hero from the books. And that is why you are exactly the precise target of this tomb. It is your impatience and virtue that will get you killed. We must draw all of the fun out of this tomb for Asarak, and that means being very slow and methodical and cautious.
Well, be that as it may, there's still a greater clock on us. The longer we delay, the more likely the camp is attacked by Yuan Ti, and the farther the death curse progresses.
True, but if we all die in the tomb, then there will be no speed. You can't be fast when you're dead, friend Yerk.
Well, I'm not dead yet.
Yes, nor are any of us.
You got pretty close, though. That
I
thing
still
got
have
a-
some
a
tricks
good
up my
swipe
sleeve.
out of you.
I think that for our first endeavor into this tomb, things are going better than they could be. No one is dead. We have defeated some kind of demon. And we have already made a successful obstruction to prevent one of the traps. Look as it works. As Bill gestures towards the obelisk as the door, I'm sure, slowly
Slowly
comes.
descending. Like, just to be clear, it's moving at such a slow rate, like a second, that you could easily deduce by the time how long it has been since you opened it to how far it has come down, that it stays open for approximately an hour.
Just like the timer. We should take the
Yes,
hourglass.
but on a clearly different track.
We should take the hourglass and put it underneath the door.
That'll show them.
I will concede to a short rest to catch my breath, perhaps. But I do not think we should be going back to camp so soon. We will look ridiculous going back, only to announce we have opened the front door.
Not all of us. Just me. I'll go back, let them know where the tomb is, and then they can bring more supplies and help here.
I do not think it would be ridiculous to tell them that we have opened the door to the tomb. Do you think so, Kalen?
We left to explore the tomb.
I think we should wait on the other side of that door there, just in case the obelisk doesn't hold it. We don't want to be stuck out. I would rather be stuck in there than out there.
Well, if that is what everyone desires.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then I think Crick should come with us then, because, you know, it wouldn't do to have him outside of the tomb, since, you know,
very
we need
strong.
everyone we got.
Can send Azaka back like we were going to before.
Arana speaks up. Virus, he took some injury from that fight. Perhaps it will be better if we stay out and then I can treat his wounds.
Can't both stay out, it'll weaken us too much.
I will not go in without him, and I will not permit him to go in while he is hurt. I will not hear another word of it, Virus. He says as Virus opens his mouth.
So you've wasted our time bringing us with you.
I don't think that's true. They helped us in those fights. I don't think there's any reason for us to get to argue with each other. If we go in,
Kalen's
then
just
we
gonna
go in.
walk in.
Hey. And then Elby just shrugs his hand at like the Varus and Ernest.
We will get the rest of the camp. Izaka, you do not have to return. We will do it ourselves. And she nods to them.
Battle is not for everyone. He mutters as he walks past.
We are quite capable in battle, thank you. I am more careful about dying, though. Perhaps you should be too, especially if people are not going where they should, And then you see Varus puts a hand on Arana's shoulder, and Arana stays quiet.
If you two do go back to camp, be safe on your journey back, and thank you for the help so far.
And Varus speaks to you and nods and says, well, yes, it does not hurt so much, it is barely a scratch, but Arana's he is very careful with our lives and such. We will make sure that the camp knows about this, and perhaps we can do something about the entrance.
Hopefully. Well, if we're going in, let's go. Door's not staying where it is.
I suppose. All right then.
Right. So you all are going in?
Yeah, it seems.
Though we should be very careful in that hallway where the pressure plate was, where you set off that trap.
I forgot to move. Oh, someone just moved me. I was gonna move to the front so I could be checking for traps next to where Beagle ended up.
Go ahead, Aldi.
I think I'm at that first now.
The next one was a step above you.
Yeah.
Or I should say the first one that we triggered was a step above you.
We should move quickly through this one room in case the floor collapses again.
I'm just waiting for
You're
everyone to
going
get
in, aren't you, Bill?
into position.
Okay. Because we are going to end there as you guys enter the tomb. The door nearly closed behind you. Not quite. 3/4. Or something.
How until
We
it
are
touches
going
the
to
obelisk.
end there. Probably another 15 minutes.
Great.
I don't know if you guys were going to wait to see what happens.
Wait, was it
or-
just 15 minutes now? I thought you were saying it was like close to an hour.
Yeah, but we fought the fat thing.
It's how long it's been since you first opened this door.
Okay.
And you would probably have well, no, it would probably be about 15 minutes till it hits the floor, so it'd only be a couple of minutes till it starts touching the obelisk, perhaps, if you want to stand and watch.
Yeah.
The timer
Yeah.
is different for this door. Like, this door still has, like, half an hour on it.
Yeah, we would be keen to watch if the obelisk is going to hold or not, at the very least. But he'd stay inside regardless.
Okay. You watch as the door begins to descend upon the obelisk, and when it hits it, you hear a cracking and a grinding noise, and the obelisk, the stone of it, begins to kind of crack and get ground underneath as the door makes its slow descent on top of it.
Oh, good.
So it holds?
It does not. It's cracking through
Yeah.
it. Very slowly. Very, very slowly, but it will go through it. And that is that for today. No one is dead. Amazing.
Stupid Milan, freaking couple. Wasted one of our slots.
Yeah, well, yes. I had the condition on them that they wouldn't enter if there was damage taken. They would want to rest. And so that's what they want to do. They value their lives more than simply dying.
And the situation with the soulmonger.
Can't help Soulmonger if you're dead. So, they are in the tomb, though. So that is something.
Is Bill and Bob going to stay in?
I mean, yeah.
Because that was just Albie's viewpoint, was that even if it wasn't going to hold, he's going to stay. But
Yeah, obviously we're staying in.
Alright. Yeah, so. Yeah. The obelisk is a thing that, like, 1 in 10 games actually see happens because nobody ever topples the obelisk, because why would you?
Why would you do that?
Yeah,
would you do
why,
that?
guys?
So I was really surprised there was something that happens when you knock it over. Like, why was that there? Why was that demon there? What's the, like, lore reason for that?
The demon is there because the people who made this module were like, they saw a group do that, and they're like, we should trap that.
No, I get that,
We
but
should
like,
make that a trap.
in universe, why is there a demon underneath that obelisk? What's the
Because
reason?
what's his
Because-
face?
Exactly for people like you.
No. But
that probably does stop
Because you
vandalism,
gotta
maybe?
pay the troll toll.
I'm not talking about Wizards of the Coast. I'm saying, why the fuck does the guy who made this tomb put a demon under that obelisk?
Because he's trapped literally everything. Any and
Assyric,
all choices.
Assyric, well, as Aranus told you, Assyric loves to collect and create deadly things, so he probably came across a fucking Nalfeshni demon and was like, alright, I'll trap you and do something with you. I'll just put you in the stone. And then went off and did other things and never did anything else with it.
So he's a bit of an idiot, basically.
Who?
Assyric.
Assyric?
Yeah, Assyric.
Why? When you can... Assyric is like this dude who just travels around the multiverse collecting shit and
not
making
idiot.
shit.
He's a bit of a dickhead. What I'm saying is there's not like a greater purpose to what he's going to be doing in this tomb. It's just like he was here and he's like, oh, demon, and he just like stuck it under the obelisk. Like, there you go.
I would say the greater purpose is, one, he's locked an Nalfeshni demon in there to torment it. It's because it can look out and not do anything for like eternity. And two, if someone breaks his obelisk, which he's put there as his like beginning to his puzzle, then the Nalfeshni demon will kill them and he'll get their souls anyway. Like, so it's a win-win for him.
Yeah, that was my theory, I guess.
So what
was
you're
was a
saying
defense.
is the demon should have been thanking us for freeing it.
Well, the demon had been trapped there for a very long time. I don't think it really cared to thank anybody.
I was kind of right
Demons-
then. Maybe it'll
Demons
help
kind
us.
of don't give a fuck. They kind of just want to kill everything, so it doesn't
Beagle-
really matter.
Well, here we go. Here we go, though. Because we're going off the train of logic is he just put it under there to trap it because he's a dickhead. So if it just happened to have been he trapped something that wasn't a demon, maybe it could have helped us.
I don't
If
agree
it
with
was
that,
a
though.
devil, probably.
I don't think it was just put there just to like fuck with people. Like, it's a defense. It's to protect his message.
But who gives
Well,
a shit
I
about the
would let
message?
you know that if you
He
didn't
does.
kill it, it does disappear back to the abyss. Like, it does get to disappear after a minute.
You gotta
to go
remember,
home.
Beagle, this is a dude that never dies. That's like probably been alive a real long time. I imagine you get super bored and just start doing stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, I'm just
I
saying.
wonder if this demon will kill someone if I put it in this obelisk.
Look, I'm just saying, it seems like this guy's got a lot less meaning behind some of his actions. I'm not saying he's... Alright, maybe he's not dumb, but it does feel like he was kind of just chilling there. Like, oh, I got a demon, I got an obelisk. Yeah, he just, like, stuffs it underneath it. Like, yeah, I guess that'll do. I gotta put it somewhere.
I imagine it's more like, alright, I've made my tomb full of traps and stuff. Here's the first puzzle. If someone comes along and wrecks this, then it's gonna take time to fix, so you know what? If they do, I'm gonna make sure they're dead. Here's an Nalfeshni demon.
But why doesn't he just, like, then make it a plaque in the wall instead of an obelisk?
Because that's what he wanted to do! He liked
Because
it!
obelisks are intimidating.
Yeah,
Why doesn't he
obelisks
just
are
come
cool.
down and smite us all and then he wins?
Why doesn't he just make the obelisk out of the same undestructible material as the doors?
Because the doors, like, it's different magic.
Why didn't he put that magic on the obelisk so no one can destroy his warning that he'd have to come and fix?
To be fair, we don't know if the door's actually indestructible. We never tried.
I mean, it's stronger than the obelisk.
It is stronger than the obelisk less, but you don't know if the obelisk will be fixed.
But I mean, but why doesn't he just make the obelisk indestructible if that's the reasoning behind putting the demon under it?
Because then it's like, lol, that'll be funny. If they do destroy it, then they're dead, because he is a demon. I don't know. He enjoys that type of thing. He
Beagle.
likes it. He just likes to do that. He likes to do something like, here's a thing, and now it's gonna kill you. That's what he likes to do.
This is like when I argued that a wizard wouldn't put a magical protection spell on top of a mimic.
No. I'm
then-
not saying that it doesn't work. Like, absolutely, like, I can see a person like this existing. I'm just saying that, you know, I think you kind of assume by default that there's more meaning and, like, intelligence behind what they're doing. I'm just making the argument that this person's just kind of like a bored dickhead.
Well, that's the
Well,
problem, is
but
you're
that's-
thinking
but
of him
that's
as a
it.
person.
But that is exactly it. It is that he is immortal. He goes around, he collects things, he likes to make traps and he likes to do this type of shit, right?
Yeah.
This is what he does. So, you know, you're delving into the mind of like a person, the same kind of dickhead who does shit like puts pins on chairs, you know, so when you sit down
Yeah.
you fucking hurt yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you got to think of it like it's just something he had a thought of, and it amused him, and
exactly.
he liked it.
Yeah, it was just on the spot. That's what I'm saying. Is like that's what we got to think about in this tomb. Is it's not even like necessarily everything in here is going to be like this smart sort of puzzle or riddle. It's just like it's not even this guy's the kind of guy who puts a pin on a chair. He like goes up to his attic which has a locked door that no one's allowed to go into, and then he puts a pin on that chair, and then like 50 years later, like someone like sneaks into that room to like try and see if there's anything up there, and then they sit on that chair, and then they get pricked in the bum, and then Asarek's like, oh, I got you. He just kind of had the thought and he did it.
Oh, it's more like then you die from the prick and then he eats your soul.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And lo, I got
If there
ya.
was a grand design behind it, like if there's a grand design or any reason behind it, like he'd put that
Pricked you, bro.
He'd put that pinprick somewhere where he'd get a soul sooner than 50 years. That's what I'm saying.
But that's another point that Logos arcs and pulls up too. Like the obelisk itself could have been pulled from anywhere in the multiverse. The demon could have already been trapped within it. Like, and then he was like, "This is cool. I'll just put this here with my collector's edition too."
And that's what I'm saying. Is there's no grand purpose behind it. He's just like, "Oh man, I got an obelisk with a demon in it. I guess just throws it over his shoulder, like over in front of the tomb."
He's got to collect souls for all eternity. He can't have them all dying at once.
like
you got to set it up so that the souls come in waves. You know, here's a bit of souls.
I'm never arguing that this doesn't make sense or breaks my immersion. I'm just saying, like, man, this guy's, you know, I kind of just thought he'd be more together, but he's just kind of like,
the whole crux of it is there's fucking needles on every chair. Like, no matter how many things that you're gonna have to push over, there's gonna be a needle there.
So basically,
do you think you would be all there, Beagle, if you lived for thousands of years?
No, but you don't understand. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying yes. You're agreeing with me. Yes, we agree. We have the same opinion of him. He's kind of like a loopty-doopty dickhead. He's not like.
Yeah, but I'm not. I
Zench or
disagree
something.
that he's stupid though.
It's more.
I took that
like,
back. I
it's
took
more
back the
like
stupid thing immediately.
He has a tomb. He wants to put a plaque at the front of it, being, you know, the doom and gloom scariness, because it's my tomb and I am a Cyric. And then he's like, "What can I put the plaque on?" And he reaches into his bag and he's like, "Oh yeah, I've got this obelisk left over from."
I'm just saying he's kind of funny. Like he's kind of like a little bit edgy and sad almost. It's just funny.
I mean,
He's like, imagine he's basically a kid that goes around, puts together a Lego set, just drops it, goes off to another country and builds a new Lego set.
No.
But here's the thing. So this hallway,
he's more like someone who goes around, collects all that Lego, builds it into a big fucking killing machine, and then just leaves it behind for people to go and kill themselves on.
Yeah, I think he's removing a bit of his like reason for his madness. Like I don't think it's all pointless.
Well, it's not pointless. He could just be doing it better if he wanted to have a point to it.
I mean, a Nelfishni demon would kill like 99% of people who would do that to the obelisk. Like, you are the 1%.
So I think when we walk into this hallway, every single one of these tiles is a pressure plate. They're all pressure plates.
It's probably a good assumption.
That's the prank. You think you gotta find the path, it's actually just all pressure plates. And you try to climb on the roof, and the roof is a pressure plate. And you try to climb on the wall, and then the wall falls on you, and bats come out. And the bats have darts in their mouths.
I don't think it's that, because then he still wants people to get to his next set of traps. Like, he's going to leave a way through. That's what we've seen so far. Like, it's not impossible.
Yeah, he also wants to show off the traps in the deeper part of the tomb.
Yeah.
So you got to make them a little bit beatable so that the really good people can get deeper in and then die.
If he just didn't want people getting through, he'd be standing here himself just going, die, 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 die.
Oh no,
yeah,
that's not what I'm saying.
He can literally point at you and kill you. But
I'm saying, what's funnier than making the trap be like, lead you into another trap, which is his mode so far. Like, you step on one of the pressure plates, and you're like, alright. And you try to find the path, and you find a tile that isn't a pressure plate, and you go, nice. But then you step on it, and you find out it was a delayed pressure plate, and then he's laughing at you. That's what I'd do if I was making a dungeon.
Throw a rock on every spot to pre-trigger all the pressure
No,
plates.
because a Cyric, as you were told, he likes puzzles. He likes to outsmart you. He likes to make you feel like you're doing something and have figured something out, and then he kills you and takes your soul and delights in the fact that you didn't.
He likes the double cross.
He
likes
is smarter than you.
Yeah, he likes to think he's smarter than people. This is what
But
I'm saying. This is
I'm
my
pretty
psychological
sure-
profile of him.
I'm pretty sure he likes... I get the feeling that he would like for when people would succeed as well. Because it gets them to his next set. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother making a next set. Just make it literally impossible.
No, each set is in a different place around the world for the same reason you have, like, you know, Disneyland Florida and Disneyland, like,
Yeah, but I think
Europe.
it's about the individual puzzles. Yes, a puzzle cannot be a puzzle without an answer, right? That's not a puzzle.
I think he'd
The
be mad
puzzle
if he
has
cleared
to
the
have
whole
a solution.
I don't
Yeah,
think he'd be
but
happy.
like again, like the odds of that happening is so low because you have to remember players are the 1% or the 0.1%. Players are those amazing people in the world who can ascend to
I was
godhood.
responding to Whoopah, who was saying he'd be happy if somebody succeeded. I don't
Yeah,
think he'd
I'd
be
know
happy.
But the
would.
point is, you can keep going and going and going, but you won't succeed. That's the point.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think he. I'm just saying. While I'm responding to him, I'm saying nothing else. I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying I don't think he'd be happy if someone beat the whole team. I think he'd be like, because that's saying they're smarter than
I think,
Azarak.
yeah, I think he'd be surprised if they
Wow,
beat the whole
how
team,
could you
but-
imply that he's going to help us beat the Tomb Beagle?
What?
What?
I'm just being a jerk.
Oh.
What if the demon was just there already and it was being annoying, and he was like, "Okay, fuck off, I'm making a tomb," and then just stuck it under the obelisk?
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm pretty sure the demon wasn't here when the tomb came, because the tomb was made by the Omians, as you know.
Yeah, but obviously Azarak bought it and flipped it. We know that he house flipped the tomb.
Well, yeah, he did make a few modifications, yes.
You can slap so many traps in this bad boy.
He made a killing on it.
In fact, Alvi might have even foreseen, or not foreseen, but maybe have some knowledge on that you could share.
From his
Maybe
dreams.
the Omuans trapped the demon there,
Something
and
that,
Azarak just changed the words on it.
No. Like, Alvi has been having dreams from the moment that you arrived in Omu, and he's been slowly seeing what happened. He's been seeing Sirik.
And losing his mind.
He
I thought
doesn't talk about it, so...
I just assumed everyone was having the dreams.
Nope. Is this whisper for me?
Is this dream for me?
I just assumed they'd be having their own dreams.
Nope. Only you, because you were the first one to see Omu, and then you've seen it as it was, if you remember, on
Yeah.
the hill. And every night since, you have had dreams of it. But no one else.
Hot diggity.
Is this tomb for me?
Yes, he is just, like someone said, an immortal Riddler. He
Yeah.
just wants to, as you die on the traps he has made, then you will see how foolish and hopeless you were because you are not as smart as he, and then he'll take your soul and eat it.
Worst kind of idiot, really. He just needs a therapist. He needs Kalen. Let's get Kalen to him.
Yeah,
help him out.
one of the most evil beings in existence just needs a therapist.
It could help. He probably has a few stashed in his bag of holding.
Yeah, he's probably got some problems. I just gotta talk to him about it.
Who was it? I did mention the dreams to someone early on. I think it was one of the characters that has left. Was it Needle? Dang it. I spoke to
Listen,
him.
dude,
Spoke
you're
to him
old.
about someone.
Say you're just too old for the rest of us, man. We all knew.
To what?
Too old.
Oh.
Well, I think we're gonna have a great time with this tomb.
It'll
I think
be
we're
fine.
we're gonna crack on to what week was this?
36, I believe.
36.
I was really looking forward to the part of the door meeting the obelisk because I really wanted to imagine and visualize and hear that in my mind of like Bill saying, "And now our retreat is secure," and then just hearing that sort of for like the next 30 minutes straight.
The grinding gear. And then that Forsaken one actually just comes down and kicks that obelisk out of the way. No.
Yeah. I love the gargoyles. No, don't move that.
Their purpose was if you tried to fuck with the obelisk, they would just attack you.
And
Which
again-
for most parties, that would be enough.
Yeah.
And again, okay, we're talking about the rhyme and reason. He put it there so it gets people who try to fuck with the obelisk. Then why do the gargoyles stop you? So it's not a trap, he just fucking did it. He needs help.
They tried to stop us.
I don't think Azarak even knows what he's doing when he gets up in the morning. I don't even think he even knows why he's doing it anymore.
He's just a senile old lich who
He's
just
just
does
senile.
things.
Yeah, he just does things.
Shit,
Look,
now I feel bad.
You
Maybe we
make
shouldn't
death
kill him.
tomb.
I mean, I just want to say before that, just like, because the chat's talking about why he's knocked it over. It was a good idea to use a magical obelisk to stop the magical door from closing.
Right, that's why I wanted to use the obelisk,
That
because it's
was-
magic.
That was a good idea. Unfortunately, it just didn't work. Because...
It's got a demon in it.
My favorite was just
Who
how
knew?
Bill was criticizing Yerk for just doing obvious things, and then was like,
I wasn't criticizing.
Yeah.
closing door, giant stone.
I wasn't
That
criticizing,
had-
I was trying to help you.
That had to be pointed out. Oh, how did that happen?
I was,
Dang it.
I
There
was
was a
trying to-
couple
I was
of...
just trying to help, I was just trying to warn you, because I figured that doing the obvious thing would trigger a trap.
Yeah,
Bill
but
Bill did toss out a "I told you so" in as many words.
I think I
and,
did.
Yeah, and then later on, when Yerk was kind of like pointing that back, he sort of went, "No, hang on."
I think I said something like, I was wrong and right.
He said that was the second time, but it was like when he was just in there. I think maybe it started closing. or
I'm
something
sure
like that.
I'm sure I did tell you so, told you so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying it when that demon peered up, Yerk was vindicated.
Okay.
Well, I mean... Hey, you just kind of got unlucky that you tried to use the demon stone, really. It was a good idea. Like, there was nothing about that was a bad idea.
It was magic, and like touching it, you felt like.
I mean,
like
yeah,
evil
we very
energy.
blatantly knew that.
So you knew that a fucking demon was gonna pop out of the obelisk as soon as you moved it?
Well, we didn't know specifically what would happen, but we knew there was evil shit lurking within it. We could feel it when we touched it.
Yeah, but that could just be like,
So
on
Ooh,
any
it's
other door,
spooky.
like, if you had used it on the second door, it would have worked, for instance. Like, it's just simply that you're doing it on the front door, which is...
What do you mean the second door?
Like,
the
if you
second
had
door
used
would be
it-
held open.
Yeah, like, if you had used it on any other door, it would have worked.
Could we have
the
got
lever
in the
door
first
would've
door?
worked.
The problem was the first door, not the second door.
Oh,
That's
the
the
fir-
one
oh,
we
I
need
see
to
what
have
you mean.
open.
But the magic of the first door is stronger than...
We just have to find an artifact, which is virtually indestructible, and put that under the door.
You just
There
have to
is such
accept.
an artifact that you could have used.
Or just accept that the door's going to close.
We should have put one of the puzzle cubes
Wait,
underneath it.
there's an artifact? We have an artifact available?
You don't
Well, all
have
the
it,
puzzle-
but there
yeah,
is
the-
something that you could have used.
The necklace.
Mm-mm.
I'm pretty sure if it was something we don't have, it wouldn't be the necklace I'm wearing.
King of Feathers.
Jerd Chode wins. Ding ding, an immovable rod.
It's me, baby.
Idiot.
Oh, that is you, that's right. You shit. Why would you not just say it?
Cause
Because he's like Asarak, he wanted to trick you.
You did.
I'm the sleeper cell.
Chat made a really good point that they hoped that one of the party members or something is Asarak in disguise because he wants to be up close to enjoy the suffering.
Just observing, he's like, these fucking idiots, look at them. They're trying to do, what are they doing?
The sleeper agent.
Who solves the puzzle this way?
It'd be great if it
Fucking
was
idiots.
Kaelin.
Fucking
I mean-
stupid idiots.
I mean, wouldn't
Why didn't you try knocking the obelisk over?
wouldn't that
Just
make
fucking
Yerk the obvious
Giggles
choice?
to himself.
Set myself up as the idiot that's about to die,
I
when
think
really
the
I'm in no
dude who
danger at
nearly
all.
gasses himself to death is probably not him.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
He was
because
running point.
Asarak knows that those things can't really hurt him. So I
It's the
set
long
myself
con.
up as the lovable idiot, but really, eh?
Yeah,
See,
I
you
was
think,
just like-
oh my god, Yerk's gonna die, and I'm like, this
Probably
is-
not gonna. Asiric's probably not gonna roll a 1 on his death save against the demon either, by the way.
Ooh, is that what you rolled?
Is that what he...
You can't prove that.
Why did you make him do the rolls and whispers for that?
So that the party doesn't know where they're at in their death saves.
Oh,
Can't
okay.
meta.
I
The
mean,
saving
Miko
of
did say
people.
that Yerk knows more than he lets on. Maybe he is. Maybe he's a lich.
That's a big fact.
It's the super long con.
Whirly says once we reach the Soulmonger, is there going to be a long spiel or he trash talks the party? No, if it's Astarak, we're going to get there and it's going to be like, sorry, just before we begin, why did the obelisk
No, it's gonna be. Sorry, before we begin, can you fill out the survey of how you thought, how you feel about the trap?
What did you think of this trap? Did you think this one could be improved?
If you don't answer,
Was there
I'll
things?
just lock you in a personal dimension mini pocket prison until you do. So please just
Rate
comply.
my tomb on Yelp.
We're trying to improve the dungeon. We'd like some feedback.
Can you just give us a 5-star review and say there's lots of treasure?
Asarak gets up in the morning over in fucking Europe and we're over in the American tomb. Opens up Yelp. 2 stars! There's a little review. And it doesn't make sense. Why would there be a demon in it? Bill.
Hey, we'll
After
find
we
you,
found
Bill.
the place, which took months.
I would picture him just appearing above Bill in the middle of the night as well, holding it out like on a printed parchment. What is this? 2 stars!
You think I wouldn't find you, you little shit?
You motherfucker!
Anonymous on your magic internet? Change this now.
Alright, well that's good shit. I think we're done for this week, are we, boys and girl?
Yes.
Alright. Well, thank you, Jamball, as always.
Good job.
And thanks to everyone for playing.
GG.
And tomorrow, we're in the tomb and there's no getting out of it.
We made it.
We did it.
Not tomorrow, but next week.
Sorry, yeah, next week. Next week is Tomb of Annihilation. I'll be right back, guys. See you in a bit. Alright, GG's everyone. Thank you to our supporters today. Spectre Talk sent in 5 pennies. Frost Flame sent in 10 pennies. Rusky Andre subscriber Twitch Prime. And Zyke Torek subscriber Twitch Prime as well. And Hellboy64 for 44 months in a row. Thank you very much. I've got 2 days off, of course. And then it's going to be back into the XCOM Beyond Impossible on Friday, right? Yeah, I'm doing it on Friday, 5 p.m. PST American. And then 2 days of that. And then the third day is going to be XCOM 2... Melee Gimmick Run, unless I can't get it, working in time, in which case it'll just be another day beyond impossible, probably. And then probably some more Battle Brothers, for those of you who have been enjoying the Twitch, the Raffle Siblings Battle Brothers run that we were doing yesterday. That'll be back as well, most likely. So until then, hope you enjoyed. If you enjoyed, be sure to let Jamball know. Jamball doesn't always have the chat open either while she's playing D&D. So make sure if you've got something nice to say to her and you want to make sure she hears it, make sure to actually go and go to her Twitter, twitter.com/MissJamball. Or Miss_Jamball, can never remember. And go let her know. Or if you want to send a longer thing, you can email thursdaynightxcom at gmail.com and send a message in there, and we read those, even if it takes a while sometimes. And let her know if you appreciate, give her some feedback. She always loves to see it. Thank you very much, and we will see you guys in a few days. Bye-bye.